still sent to you as a, Oh, I mean, this game's not so bad. This guy's got a lot of great tutorials. Hold on. Speaking of holding on, chat, say hi, YouTube. We're gonna go play some Dwarf Fortress. Let's see if these demons will make babies. I should feel pride. It was an interesting moment. It was a very interesting moment. Very, very, very interesting moment, I'll say that. Do I think I will kill this fort? Not intentionally. I'm quite attached to it currently. No, I mean so here, chat, I'll show you what I've been talking about. So down here on layer minus 109, we have this. This is Sharon, and this is Steve. Steve is a male, health description. Three-eyed Dimetrodon. It has a trunk and it is ravening. His clear scales are round and set far apart. Beware his deadly blood. His trunk is gone. His trunk was hacked off by one of our dwarves. And this is Sharon, who is the exact same thing. But lady. Although she is annoyed after choking on smoke because it was spewing smoke everywhere when she came out of hell. Hopefully it's just his trunk. Well, he's not gelded. So I'm hoping that this accomplished biter over here can be friends with this other accomplished biter. And I'm hoping we get baby dwarfs. Or not baby dwarfs. I'm hoping we get baby demons. And if we get baby demons, I'm going to use these doors and an elaborate set of locked airlocks to defend this fort with demons. Just went to the offline screen for you. I can tell you I'm still online. So, bioweapons? No, they're not bioweapons. They're natural. They're naturally harvested demons. As for the places that we're harvesting the demons from, they're coming out of here slowly. We're slowly digging down. Slowly, 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 slowly. And I do have areas queued up. They keep putting lava in the most inconsiderate places. So once I get through all of this lava, the eventual end goal is to, just work our way down into this adamantine down here, and hopefully safely. I'm hoping that my old strat works, and if my old strat works, then I should be able to dig straight into the adamantine with no ill side effects. Fingers crossed. So that's the plan for today, right? Try and dig into the hidden fun stuff successfully and safely without, releasing the hellfire of hells and causing us all to die, and with the hopeful side effect of also being able to get demon babies. That's the goal for today. To the point where I'm going to update the fort goal command from what it is currently to what the goal is now, which is breed demons and breach hell safely. It's just goal is the command. Can you use your demons as liaisons to hell? No. No, hell is just hostile. There is no unhostile thing, and I can't tame the demons. I can trap them, but I can't tame them. They're like wild animals. You wanted to see it before the change? I didn't actually change it, I just added on to the end. But hey, Freeman. So, that's the, that was a horse, rather. This is the fort currently. It's a little hot right now. Because I'm just kind of ignoring all of the enemies on the surface, mostly, right now. And we're going to kind of just keep doing that for a bit. Yeah, we're just mostly ignoring all the stuff on the surface for right now. And we're going to keep ignoring all the stuff on the surface until we kind of have the underground stuff solidified. As for the named dwarves in the fort, though, We have quite a few. Oldswari, Stackham Wills, Aegis, Almiron, Alter Ego, Apparent Bliss, Aporu, Azrael, Bane, me, Bob, Kittens, Butt Kittens, Calcium Crypt, my bot, Captain Walmart Jr., Chaos Ruiner, Commander Honk, Daddy Inspector, Delta Brucity, Diamond Destruct, Dropkick It, Fallout Rain, Festiva, Frazier, Fusty McCrusty, Gloves, Green Dude, Grunty Thirst, Jaden, Jelly Belly, JKRT the Second, Kyre Asylum, Kit Fox Games, exclamation point, Korean Food Yum, our glorious queen, Lightning Roger, Likes Titties, Loam Shag, McJerby, MMO Junkie, Neeks, Nuclear Sneeze, Nutwick, Pablo Rasta, Poplio, Putnam, Really Swifty, Silent, Potato, Smamuel, Stokill69, Stone, Tellin Artho. Stone's become a farmer from the looks of things. Tellin Artho, Thanos, Fold56, Trans Femme, Tredge T, Tropic Kami, the king consort, the queen's husband, Teeth, the weaponsmith, Tygul, Tyrandes, Unheard Pope, Vervolts, Wild Magically, Z29V, and Zephyr Cloud. Still living as a prince? Yeah, you're not dead yet. You were playing right where the demons were spawning, though. You played Make Believe and you enjoyed that, though. So I guess that's good. Fort's a little laggy, but, I mean, all things considered. I mean, we do have Angry Noodle. So, like, between the two Forgotten Beasts and the two demons in the basement, did you die, Lyagushka? Yes, you were one of the miners that got shredded. Why is your dwarf so upset? Good question. Why are any of these dwarves so upset? You're not as upset as Daddy Inspector, though. But why is... You're not... Okay, you're not the most upset. You're running around babbling naked, actually. You're not upset. You're insane. You're about to die? I have no idea, Andorra. I seem to remember you getting stabbed to death by goblins, but do I remember how you died? No. Looks like you're about to die, really, Swifty. Bad news. You've gone insane. Yeah, you seem to just you got kind of haunted by the dead. Why am I so unhappy? Chronic depression, mostly. Yeah, F's. Pretty much. You can embark without a wagon? Today I learned. So yeah, sorry about that. Although, to be fair, I've been kind of neglecting the general happiness of these dwarves for the purpose of benefiting the, you know, attempts to mine deeply and greedily. I've very much been neglecting these dwarves. I could have been nicer to them. It's been kind of mean of me, but I've had priorities, and you know those priorities are like, you know, breeding demons. The queen told us to dig deeper, so we had to dig deeper. And unfortunately, this also meant that I had to. Well, I didn't have to, but unfortunately, this also means that my streamer idiocy didn't pay attention to the majority of my dwarves doing other things. And some people got lost in the shuffle, and some people have gone a little insane, and it kind of sucks. But you know what? It also just is what it is. It's part of life. Not everybody can be completely satisfied or kept perfectly happy. One Skellis, thank you very much for that prime. Thank you very much for that prime. But Blue Sandwich, what kind of dwarf would you like? Of course, keep in mind that everybody is subject to probably die. Or go insane. No problem, One Skellis. No problem. And if you like the Let's Play stuff, I'm going to be starting a new one soonish. Although I need to get the community for videos up and running again. It's going to be a busy Friday of recording for me. Need to watch the CUD one that just dropped. There's going to be a 35 to 40 minute long CUD VOD daily. I'm testing out the shorter VODs for CUD. See how those do. Quick question under your Nobles tab. They want certain room requirements, like your duchy wants pewtered doors in the dining room, and you have 4 already installed. Well, the request is still yellowed. So, hold on. Is the dining room yellowed? Or is this yellowed? Because this is the item request that they want installed, right? This is the value of the dining room. So if they asked for a fine pewtered door in their dining room, and then you installed that, because if it doesn't say that it's a royal dining room yet, it just means they don't have enough value in it. So like this is just a grand, or not grand, what's the word? This is just a tomb. They need a grand mausoleum. They need their tomb to be nicer. The right side is yellow. Is it in the zone? Baka Glass, thank you very much for the Prime sub. I asked for a door in the room and it's still yellow. Odd. I mean, all of the questions, like, that would confuse the heck out of me. I mean, all of my questions would just be around, like, have you, like, double-checked, try unassigning and reassigning the zone? Like, that's weird. Mechanic, no beard if available. I wonder if the only mechanic in my fort is Kit Fox games. The problem is like, everybody in this fort... Yeah, all of my mechanics are named. Hold on. I could give you Iteb, the Bone Doctor, who's an adequate mechanic. Right, unassigning and reassigning? Yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit at a loss, I'll be honest with you. Like, did they specify a number? You beguiled another creature who had beguiled the one who I did with the water ritual, and with that, you killed them? Yep, that'll do that. It'll replace the beguilement. How do you get a dwarf? You be really quick on the trigger finger with grabbing one when they become available in the channel points redemptions. Iteb works for you? Okay, we'll go with Iteb then. So I can remove. Decently happy, too. Blue sandwich. So hold on. I'm seeing this screenshot. Which one of the dwarves is demanding it? Did you say it was the Duke? Ezum? Rayman? Still yellow? I would just ignore them then. I mean, there isn't much that they can do with that. And also in regards to the body part yarn, it means they need 16,000 unsheared yarn, but that's also from like a few days ago. So I don't remember seeing that one either. But yeah, no, I would just ignore them at that point. That seems odd. That seems odd. Anyway, I'm going to read this dwarf's description. She never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to her own detriment, and the harm of those around her. She is unfriendly and disagreeable, and she is bothered by this, and she values friendship. She has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she is slow to trust others. She tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. And she is quite ambitious. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and she tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and she works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess. She rarely feels discouraged, and she is quite polite, though she is troubled by this natural tendency in herself, since she finds dignified society to be stifling and silly, and when properly considered, and does not feel lustful. Often. She believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs, and is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. And she respects the law. She likes steel, clear tourmaline, and crystal glass, and blue fish bone and the color red, purple, and elephants for their self-awareness, interesting, and the words of the bronze rocks and the sights of the scintillating silkiness, and when possible prefers to consume giant pangolin and tomato wine and blood amaranth seeds, and absolutely hates leeches. And that's your dwarf. The yarn for you stopped playing? Yeah, no, they needed, like, harvested yarn. They consider that body part, which is kind of funny. Also going to make a walking zone to over here. Which I also kind of screwed up. Guess I used the wrong tool. If you're in the same region as a breached cave, sometimes they'll just have stuff growing. What's up, Allie? Those things. But yeah, we need to focus on these stupid demons and the stuff in the basement right now. But before we can do that, I just need to... Actually, you know what we should do? I need to go up to the surface and, like, actually make a back door into this fortress, because right now it just takes so long for the stupid lava and stuff to clear. I should probably just have, like, a trapdoor or something right here, which wouldn't be hard to do at all. Let's just do that. Or from, like, there up and just put a trapdoor there. Did we start clowning around? I have a breeding pair of demons in my basement, and I'm hoping they make baby demons. That's literally my entire hope and goal right now, is that I hope that they make baby demons. But no, we're like... Excuse me, what? Okay, I'll show you again. I was on this a minute ago. These are three-eyed Dimetrodons. We have Sharon and Steve. I trapped them in this room, and I'm hoping that they make babies. We weren't certain if they'd lay eggs or not because they are demons, so I even gave them nest boxes, just in case. What does one do with a baby demon? Whatever one wants to do with a baby demon. We could let them out one by one, stab them to death with big steel sticks, and then make them into steak. Or we could throw them onto the surface and say, have fun with a bunch of elves or something. Also, Chad, if you're looking for variety things, click that heart. No babies yet, no. It's only been like 3 weeks. Give them like a year. Also, what's up, Kami? Bet demons? Fingers crossed. Friend of mine. Thanks. But I'm not just going to sit here and stare at them the entire time. I'm going to be actually making this back door because I do actually need a back door. And currently there are migrants on the map that can't get into the fortress because there's lava in the front door. It's a bit of a problem. Give them some privacy. Oh yeah, no, they'll definitely not get frisky while we're looking. And then suddenly it'll be like, you have 47 demons. And that'll be a problem. True. It would be a fun problem. Actually, just going to... I guess I could just do it that way. All right, we're just going to throw a hatch cover up here. Doesn't matter what material it is as long as I lock it. Does DF have an erosion system? During World Gen, yes. That's actually how rivers and lakes are formed. Once World Gen is done, no. Although supposedly the map rewrite's going to change that. And make things like oceans way more dangerous. Supposedly. Game, why are you frozen? Is Dwarf Fortress thinking? Dwarf Fortress is thinking. One of the reasons I play Dwarf Fortress in windowed mode exclusively is because I can tell when it's not responding. It's like when it's doing just a lot of stuff behind the scenes, it's thinking, and it just won't work for a minute or two. All right, this lever, this bridge right here is linked to this lever. So this lever needs to be connected to this bridge. Should have done this a long time ago, but I kept forgetting. Also, did I ever lock this? Yes, I did turn it off. Good. You, what do you need? Quivers, grates, and ballista arrows. Okay. And one shield. Okay. Steel ball at ballista arrow. Okay, let's just do one of those. I really wish that these defaulted to 1 instead of 10, but leather, quit. What was the other stuff? Rock, great. And steel shield. Yeah, no, the erosion stuff is weird because, like, in Advanced World Gen, you can turn erosion up and down. If you crank erosion all the way up to the maximum, I'm just going to set the rest of these to 3. If you crank erosion all the way up to maximum, it will just, like, you will have, your map will be 85% water. Really hope somebody constructs this sooner rather than later. Oh no, the number of dwarves we have just went down by 1. We're in full moon? Might be we're just in full moon. What did I talk about? Put the lava release lever in a better place? Oh, I literally can't do that right now. I'd need to release all this. I mean, I guess theoretically I could. I could. Question is which... Did I set an on-off switch on this? Lava left. On-off spicy water. I don't actually know what this is connected to. Okay. Yeah, I could drain it. Something was found dead. A Poro was found dead. How? Why? Oh. There's a giant on the map that I totally forgot about. Oops. Did you guys know there was a giant on the map still? I remember the giant. I thought we killed it. I super forgot that there was a giant on the surface. Well. Nope. Super duper forgot he was there still. Super duper forgot he was there. Dwarf, get back inside. Run, Toasted. Run, Well. Well, he's bleeding. Apparently the dwarves are fighting him from the stairwell. The heroic efforts. No, I completely forgot there was a giant on my map. They appear to be punching him to death. The dogs are helping. Here comes the military. It's a team effort. No, I completely forgot that this thing was here. Anyway, the giant is dead, and he dropped the legendary skirt. I'm sorry to the dwarves I lost there. That was 100% my bad. 100% forgot that thing existed. Aparu, Vervolts, Godan, and Maffel have been found dead. Tosid's been found dead. Awkward. No, not wearing a skirt, wielding a skirt. There's a difference. Trust me, massive difference. Well, that's slightly awkward. I apologize. Skirt for the queen? Oh, not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. What was it called? Lutopaleth Kuslo. It's a large cotton skirt size. No, it's sized for humans. Never mind. Queen can't wear it. It's sized for humans. You're not sure if the dwarfs will, but I mean, such is life. When do the dwarves actually forgive me for my stupid mistakes? It just became a dress. True. It's just a very high waist. Hey, Reza, what's up? It's good to see you. Oh, boy. What, good time zone, everyone? I don't believe in good time zone. And the reason I don't believe in good time zone is because I believe in internet morning. It is morning when you log on and evening when you log off. Does not matter. Your personal relation to the current time doesn't actually matter. To me, the only time that matters is when you log on and when you log off. Sand or clay? I prefer sand because glass is amazing and ceramics and pottery is kind of boring. Why are you inactive? I mean, you're flowing. Odd. No bags, you just set your work orders and forget it forever? I just set my work orders for bags and then mute the cancellation notifications and forget about it forever. That's great. But yeah, no, I mean, they're both useful. I don't think that either one is better. The answer you're always going to get from me with questions like that is like, well, one is different, right? It's like sand is very different from glass, and sand is very different from clay and ceramics. Yeah, you can mute cancellation notifications. You go to work orders or labor, standing orders, other, no job cancellations. Ceramics should attract ghosts. Oh man, I suddenly want like ceramic jars to memorialize ghosts. No. There is no purpose for coins. Coins are an artifact of the of a very old version of this game that doesn't exist anymore. I need a more convenient tomb closer to the surface. I mean, yeah, you could use them as ammunition. But no, there really is no purpose to coins. Unless you want to use them for duping, but that's cheating. I will say I've heard reports about coin stacks not splitting anymore like they used to, which is interesting. Game? Game's been doing a lot of thinking recently. I don't know if I trust it. Like 2014 something? It's been a long time. I don't think you can add gems to coins. If you want a game where characters just decorate their own stuff, you should try playing Songs of Six, because they do that in that game. Like, literally, you give each group of people, like, an allowance, and they will just go put it where they want it. All right, we're going to eat, like, 150 guinea pigs, chat. I know that they're, like, a delicacy in some parts of the world, but, like, eating guinea pigs just makes me feel kind of bad. At once? No, not all at once. Also a couple sheeps and a couple dogs while we're at it and a bunch of pigs. We are restocking the meat supply. And also the rabbits. There's so many. We'll do all the way up to there. Well, actually, no, we'll go up to there. How many guinea pigs can a dwarf fit in their mouth? Depends on the size of the dwarf. This cat is placing items in tomb. Got so many dwarves that need to be buried. The game hasn't patched since we had that conversation with Putnam. Jelly Belly? Like, there literally hasn't been a single patch yet. I'm expecting a patch sometime early February. Sea piggies? Sea piggies. Is that like sea nanners? Hamsters get smashed indoors? I beg your pardon? Please do elaborate on that statement. I would like to know more. I've never heard of this. They die when a door closes on them. What? But is this on the, like, is the, do you have proof of this? I've never heard of this before. I mean, I believe it. I've never heard of this before. That is wild. Like, absolutely wild. All I know about hamsters is that they consume more alcohol. They can consume more alcohol than any other known living creature on Earth. Based on their body size. Which makes me sad that dwarves can't like hamsters for their ability to consume alcohol, and I think that this game's completely unplayable and needs to be fixed. It's India pig in French. Okay. How are the demons doing? I haven't checked in on them recently. I got quite a lot of exotic pets in this fort, don't I? I mean, we got Knotted Dragon and Angie Noodle. But down here, we got still just 2. Doesn't feel anything after being on... You want to acquire something? Huh. An interesting concept. Interesting. I'm going to check something real quick. Try digging down over here. I'm going to try just erasing these other ones. You can throw... Can you throw caged animals and beasts in with the demons and give them something to play with? Theoretically, but I wouldn't throw them in, because if I were to dig down into them, they could get out. Demons are very much legendary climbers and would just climb out. So what I could do is I could build a space right here or something and let them in one by one and let them kill them. I could also build an arena with them, but I'm going to give them basically a solid year to see if they make babies first. Are you dead yet? You are not dead yet, Nuclear Sneeze. Fortunately, you have yet to have passed. You call them Perus? That seems racist. I don't know why, but like that's almost like if in Canada we called pigs Americans. Not quite the same thing, but what's that? America. I mean, I believe it. Now I want to know what they call turkeys in Turkey. Call them bacon? True. Hold on. I'm going to do a dumb Google search. What do people in Turkey call turkeys? So they call them Hindi, Hindi, I'm assuming, which literally means bird from India. Huh. Okay. Bird from India. I was queuing something up that actually needed to be made, but I've completely spaced on what it was. Oh, right. I was going to make more marble blocks. Uh, 150, because I don't actually have that many. Work orders. About 174, apparently. You know, honestly, turkeys are silly animals, but they're not that dumb. They're just a little dopey. But then again, most big birds are pretty dopey. Like, they're not exactly the most knowledgeable creatures in the world. This is going to be the Outpost Liaison space, whom I've been neglecting horribly. I kind of feel bad, but also kind of not really. It's just the Outpost Liaison after all. They need weapon racks and armor stands. Steel. Weapon rack. Steel. Armor stand. Emus are definitely hellspawn, though. My favorite factoid about emus is that they only have a local memory or actionable memory. So they only have a memory. So essentially, actionable memory is like you remember what you just did. Like, they can remember faces and things. They can remember people. They can remember voices and whether or not something is friendly or a threat. But they can't remember what they just did. So their actionable memory is like 9 seconds, meaning they have like 9-second long short-term memory loss where they can exist, do their lives, and then they could like get angry and start chasing a thing, and after a couple of seconds not know why they're angry and not know why they're chasing a thing, just know that they're angry and know that they're chasing a thing, and they just keep chasing it. Meaning they're not exactly the smartest thing. A forgotten beast named Sofipu Fesoinshore Duril has come. A great humanoid composed of mud. It has large mandibles and it squirms and fidgets. Beware, it's poisonous gas. So a toddler. I mean, I don't know what the actionable memory of a toddler is, but to give you an idea, like a shrew apparently has an actionable memory of about 3 seconds. Meaning like they will bite you and then not know why they're biting you. An automating cloth industry tutorial? No, but I can show you in like 5 seconds. If you're talking plant cloth, when you start a fortress, plant a bunch of space. Okay, there was military training there. Plant a bunch of pigtails, and then just go into work orders, right? And then where is it? Process plants, right here. See, process plants. Set a process plant. When unrotten processable plants is above 3, they will automatically process them. Okay? They process them at a farmer's shop, so just have a farmer's shop constructed. All right? And then just have a loom constructed. And they will automatically weave that thread into silk. So, literally, all you have to do is just have at least, like, one farm bed with processable plants and have an automated process plant job like that. It's very simple. I think I might have a tutorial on it, but it's one of those things where it's like, I'll show you. Processing yields seeds, and then they can plant more, yes. How do you set orders to infinity? Set it to 0. You could use silk, yeah. Silk is great. Silk is actually far higher quality. All right, so what else do I need for my outpost liaison to keep you happy? You just need a dining room. Okay, posty. I'm gonna give my outposty a little space right here. What do I have for salt? 32 salt? Kinda wished it was a little more, but... just make my job here a little bit easier, but that's okay. That should be plenty. And then for flooring, could use iron. Let's just use gold. I just have like a stupid amount of gold. It's like, might as well just use gold for anything that's like even remotely important. All right, let's figure out where that mud friend is. They're probably not able to access us, which is kind of by design. Also, it's just made of mud. Okay, it is able to access us, sort of. We could access it if we want. But it is just a humanoid composed of mud. Build on smaller maps. If you're having frame rate problems, just literally build on a 2x2 or a 1x1 map. Maybe not a 1x1, but like a 2x2 map will give you plenty of space to build, and it's still like a factor of 100 bigger than even like a RimWorld map. Like, they do feel a lot smaller, but... I mean, even this fort's running kind of slowly, but that's just because it's a big map. Thanks, Frank. Have I ever considered teaching? I hate kids. Hate is a strong word. I can't tolerate kids for very long. I'm okay with being around my extended family's children for a couple of minutes on holidays, and that is about the extent of what I'm willing to acknowledge when it comes to children. I hate kids. Well, I don't hate kids. I just don't want to be around kids. Like, it's funny. Like, I've had partners in the past who are like, would you ever consider having kids? And I'm like, only if they're not mine. And it's like, wait, what? Like, well, I don't want to make kids. But, like, I could consider adopting. But they have to, like, not be a child anymore. I mean, like, I guess in that respect, yes, I have taught. I mean, I taught, like, first aid and shit. Like, I used to teach people, the prereqs for medical first responder. Believe it or not. In, like, what feels like a lifetime ago. But have I ever considered doing it again? Absolutely not. Why would I want to teach when I could just play video games on the internet? Fun fact, you know Ambiguous Amphibian? You know he used to be an elementary school teacher and then a high school teacher after that? So, like, you know, it's just... I don't know. Over the age of 30? I wouldn't adopt anyone under the age of 9. Anything over that would be too annoying to be around for me. Young adults aren't very smart. I mean, I'm not very smart. I don't understand why people seem to think I'm smart. Also, I wonder how that tunnel did. Oh, look, they're cuddling. That's adorable. All right, let's go down here. Okay, do I just have, like, no miners left? Nope, they all have picks. Any particular reason you guys aren't mining? Really? Swifty was found dehydrated. I think they're all just really busy. I think what I'm going to do is miners. You guys get to just be miners now. This is an interesting conversation that chat's having with itself right now that I'm half paying attention to. Yeah, I think they're all just too busy. Some of them are digging, but they're all digging up here. Pay no attention, streamer. Okay, got it. Avert your eyes! It's distressing! I was once told that by my chat. They're like, oh god, he's looking at us! That's how you know that you have a quality chat room, though, is when, like, the conversations just happen naturally and I don't have to, like, yell at people to remind you that there's a chat room that exists. It's actually kind of nice. Dwarf Fortress when? I mean, I've already got, like, a breeding pair of demons in my basement. What more do you need? But around the time Mick Gordon kicks in, I would say. Are they going to make more? That is the hope. Seriously, like, that is what I'm hoping for. I've had demons that would breed in the past, but never in an area that I had complete control over, so. Turn off all, make sure that all of your doctors are assigned to orderlies, disable orderlies, and then re-enable orderlies is the easiest way to do it. Just unleash that to the surface for the hell of it. If I get that opportunity, I will be very happy. But we'll see. A couple more things need to happen first. Eat Cyril's throwing a tantrum. Toasted's throwing a tantrum. One inch wasn't the best choice. Guys are reminding me of a character that a friend of mine always liked to tell me about back in the days about D&D, where they had 1 wisdom but maximum intelligence. I feel like that's always like, or I'm sorry, maximum wisdom but minimum intelligence is like my favorite theoretical tabletop character, because you can be very wise but be incredibly stupid. That's a cleric. What, lawful good cleric? I will follow your bad advice till my death. Ah! Or a paladin. Yeah, true. A paladin is just Arnold Schwarzenegger, but lawful good. This seems like a bad idea, but God told me to do it! They're still looking for a new group to DM. There's a tabletop room on my Discord. I don't know if anybody would be willing to LFG over there, but you're welcome to if you want. I mostly made that tabletop room because people asked me to make it, not because I would ever use it. You heard WoW. That should be like a... Okay, so Wizards of the Coast, you're trying to milk everything out of D&D, right? Hear me out. Ego crossover, okay? It's an Ego brand deal, okay? You buy enough boxes of Egos, and you get a coupon to get a discount on a custom figurine, okay? And it can be called a waffle good cleric. Budgie, what kind of derf do you win? You've been trying for ages. I think everybody has. Got any free fighters? Let's see. Swordsmaster, Swordmaster, Swordmaster, Axturf, Wasslers. Yeah, we got plenty. What do you want? Beard or no beard? I think that's as lofty as you'll aim. I mean, that's pretty good. I'm wanting you to just die in some really stupid way, like children tend to. Bearded sword. I don't actually... Wait, are you bearded? Yes, you are. Couldn't tell with your helmet. Oh, I see. It's because his beard is gray. Budgie. Wait, no, that's Budge. B-U-D-G-I-E. Budgie. Commander Budgie. So Militia Commander Budgie is healthy. Recently was exhilarated remembering a sparring session. You know that you're doing well when you remember a sparring session. Ah, yes. A good spar. Like anybody. Apparently you're actively in conflict with something. Huh. Anyway, never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations, is conflicted by this as he considers tranquility preferable to tumult. Conceptually, he finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate, and he strongly prefers discussions of ideas. Linux Town, thanks for another 5-pack. An impeccable penguin would thank you very much for the prime. Sorry, a lot of stuff just happened right there. Cheers for the prime, and Linux Town, thanks for the 5-pack. You know you sniped one of my mods in there, right? You got cutest ghost. Cheers. Strongly prefers discussions and ideas of the abstract over practical issues, and he has a strong tendency towards privacy and is sometimes cruel. He lives a fast-paced life and isn't given to flights of fancy. And he lives a fast-paced life and he isn't given to flights of fancy. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and often feels discouraged and is often nervous, likes to brawl, though he is disturbed by this, as he wants quiet, at least in the abstract. And when he gets exasperated, he often points and shakes his finger. Sounds like a commander. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill in this dream was realized. Personally believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Literally all costs. And sees those that attempt to maintain a dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive, and sees the denial of impulses as foolish, a waste of time, and values sacrifice and values tranquility and a peaceful day. He likes graphite, zinc, precious fire opal, narwhal leather, alpaca tooth, and little penguin bone. Rami fabric and bolts and bucklers and scepters and cows for their haunting moves, and the mountain goats for their long horns, and when possible, and the sight of the tress of rhymes, and when possible prefers to consume passion fruit wine and rye flour and absolutely hates worms. All right, let's check in on the basement. Still 2 demons in the room, Sedge. Need someone to decide to go dig that stair. But they're all working on the upstairs first. The Jedi of the Sea? Narwhals are the Jedi of the Sea? This is news to me. All right, so this is going to be a little dining room. For the outpost liaison, they're going to get kind of a long table. They're going to get some chests if we... I still haven't queued those up, have I? Let's just make this into a little dining room. This is going to be assigned to the outpost liaison. And let's see how they feel about it. They quite like it. Well, that's good. They still need 3 chests. They only have 1. You bought Dwarf Fortress yesterday and you've been loving it so far. Your tutorial videos have been a big help as well. You're extremely confused, but here's hoping you'll learn the ins and outs. The confusion is part of the learning the game. It's a very slow process, but it is part of the process. Hold on a second. Mayor, why aren't you assigned to your office soon? Like, why is my mayor upset? Well, it's clearly because they don't actually have their office assigned. And Kyrus Silent the Duke would like some more space, and this is the Duke's space, so let's give you another weapon rack and another armor stand. Is death is fun. Yes, death is fun. But welcome. It's good to have you around. Hunter 2. I'm assuming as in like the RuneScape reference. Unlike Jagex, Twitch does not block your password. But keep in mind, we are in very, 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 very endgame things right now. So if you are sensitive to spoilers, keep that in mind. You don't want the dwarves to watch. Everybody, for some reason, wants to make an arena where the dwarves watch. You really, 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 really don't want them to watch. Some people seem to think that they want them to watch, but some dwarves will become hardened and will be totally fine with it. The rest of them will just get so stressed out, their little hearts will break, and they'll have panic attacks, and they'll freak out, and they'll get super stressed out, and then they'll die. It's not within dwarven ethics. It's not what dwarves like, and dwarves don't want to watch. Your military can probably handle it, but making your dwarves watch is bad. But how do you make a arena? Make a circular building, put cages at either end with the critters in them, or lock them behind doors with those critters, and have drawbridges, pull a lever to release the drawbridges, let them run in and fight, lock the drawbridges behind them, and then have some sort of setup where you can recage them afterwards. It's very simple. Like people keep asking me to make tutorials on that stuff. I'm like, I'm not going to explain to you how to build things in a video game. Just build it. You have all the tools. They're right in front of you. Now it's up to you to use them. You knew this game was complex, but you didn't expect there to be a mental health system? There's a very advanced ethics system as well as a very advanced mental health system. Like if I look at this dwarf, right? This dwarf is a nervous wreck, which is a strengthening after seeing an elf's dead body, and she is quick to form negative views about things after seeing Mebzith die. So it changes their outlook on life, and you can like permanently break your dwarves if they see too many disturbing things. You can also permanently strengthen your dwarves, but it depends on the dwarves' outlook on life already and their tendency towards violence or something else, whether or not they're sometimes cruel. Are those supposed to be S's? Like, is it Shishin Peter, or is it like Zishin Peter? But regardless, thank you very much for the that prime sub. Cheers. So I guess there's lava right there then? Or maybe it just got blocked? Let's find out. There's either a lava flow right here, or I can dig through this. Hoping there isn't a lava flow. No, Dwarf Fortress isn't one of the most complex games ever. I think that's maybe doing it a disservice. It's one of the most convincingly complex games ever. The game is obtuse, and it's complex, and it's got a lot of simulation going on under the hood. But it makes enough logical sense with enough of its systems that it allows you, the player, to infer a narrative on what caused that thing to happen, even if it's just really simple systems interlocking. No, I would say Bloodsport is not more of a human thing in Dwarf Fort, unless you're talking about like in real life. If we're talking about in Dwarf Fortress, Bloodsport is a goblin thing, strictly a goblin thing, and also a kobold thing. But kobolds are too weak to actually kill things most of the time, so because they're the size of a large hamster. That's not true, but or like a giant hamster. I don't know who you're talking about, Mitten. You're referring to IRL too? Okay. I mean, if you're talking about like ancient Rome, then yes, I would tend to agree. Let's see what's right there. Oh, SS-13 joke. Okay, yeah. Well. Apologies, that one kind of went whoosh. So I do actually have an upward stairway there. Also, isn't the clown's job literally to grief? Like, apologies if I'm just an SS-13 nooblet here, but I thought that was literally the entire, like, purpose of the clown was to grief. Hello, Whisperfire. I'm all right. Feeling a wee bit under the weather. I'm not sure if that's just because of the weed I smoked last night or if I'm getting sick. I'm hoping it's the first one, but maybe both. Whatever it is, it feels mild. Oh. Something devil's lettuce? Yeah, well. You're gonna head out now. It was nice meeting you all and have fun striking there. Well, cheers, Hunter, too. You might need to change your password, though. Jokes. Electric lettuce is my favorite. It's gotta be. Electric lettuce has to be a cover band, right? If Electric Lettuce was like an 80s cover band, what band do you think Electric Lettuce would be covering? I feel like Electric Lettuce would be like either a Tears for Fears or like a Yes cover band. And you were like, watch this, and you hacked all the doors? I mean, I watched SS-13 and I played it quite some time ago, but I haven't. Blue Oyster. Yellow, okay, true. Yellow, yeah. Wham? They only play Last Christmas. I haven't thought about Wham in a minute. Are you using an artifact pick? Can I just say that I think it's really funny that this dwarf, just using a normal ass bronze pick, right? Look at the name of this loincloth. This loincloth, chat, is called Unu Boil Dusts, the Fated Ghost's Forgotten Beasts Silk Loincloth. This is a well-crafted Unu Boil Dusts, the Fated Ghost's Forgotten Beasts Silk Loincloth. It is made from the exceptional Unu Boil Dusts, the Fated Ghosts Forgotten Beasts Silk Loincloth. Silk. It's fancy silk. Everybody needs fancy silk panties. No, actually, it's not. Not most of it. Most of it came from the cave spiders that are everywhere. Because I'm letting cave spiders into my fortress, and they're just spinning webs everywhere. Yeah, which means if anybody dies on the 1st of spring, it's because the year turned over. What is SS-13? SS-13 is Among Us for people with massive brains. Like, you know the explosive brain meme? If, like, the lowest version is, like, the card game Werewolf, followed by the card game Mafia, then Town of Salem, then, Among Us, then Town of Salem, then SS-13 is, like, the galaxy brain. But if you want to play a more modern-ish attempt at making SS13, look up SS14 on Steam. It's an open source attempt at remaking it in a modern engine. It's a wonderful mess. Go follow Russ Money if you want SS13. He has his own station, I guess is the proper thing to say, not server. He has his own station and he streams it a couple times a week. Oh, it's playable. It's publicly playable. There's a private playtest on Steam for SS14, but it just lets you in if you click the request access button. You're a real jerk there and it's fun. Yeah, it'll do that. I'm also, like, waiting for the 10,000 years it takes for my dwarves to get down here. Frame rate's real slow right now for a variety of reasons. I mean, it's publicly playable, so it depends on what your definition of a thing is, I suppose. It's also got rollback netcode, unlike SS13, which just crashes if there's any kind of disconnect. My phone just go off. What's going on? Who's texting me? Nothing of value is texting me. What project am I working on? I'm trying to get to hell, but turns out it's very slow. Or rather, I'm trying to get to adamantine, which is a little further down still. Oh, hey, look, water. Because apparently the hell pockets are full of these cool gems, but also full of these waterlogged rooms and lava-logged rooms, and it's slow and tedious. I'm not certain how much I like this change from the old... Oh, there's just adamantine here. Just the way it used to work. What crime is being committed? Old Zwari apparently tantrumed and hurt some people, so let's properly punish. It's been in the magma lake both times. Previously, it used to just be adamantine without this crap on top of it. Oh. Fandoms such as Clowns and Circus, Candy Straws, and so on, and it's an intriguing twist, and you got the game, and we'll play tomorrow. Well, a vile force of darkness has arrived. Okay, so a bunch of them arrived and then immediately left. I might just tell my soldiers to go kill these guys. Because they should be able to. I mean, there's not exactly that many of them. Yeah, I'm just gonna tell my soldiers to go kill these guys. The blue was troll blood, yes. Yeah, well, I mean, the high reward, I would say, actually, is the gems and the stuff that's hidden between the gems, but... It's not uncommon for it to be blue. It's because they have very high copper content in their blood. I'm kind of with you, Kimmy, yeah. It was kind of funny. I was re-listening to some of the old interviews that I did with Zach and Tarn. And one of them specifically... Uh-oh. Game's thinking. One of them, at one point, Tarn specifically states that they made it easier to find diamonds for this version of the game. It's like, yeah, no kidding. All right, let's see how this fight's going. Budgie's fighting. Commander Budgie slashes the goblin crossbowman in the first toe on their right foot with a steel short sword, and the injured part is cloven asunder. Well, good job, you chopped his toe off. Horse bends the right foot. That's one dead. Budgie appears to have just gotten a kill, I think. Good job, Budgie. Commander Honk is also fighting. Strikes a goblin crossbowman in the right lower leg. Commander Honk strikes the goblin crossbowman with her steel short sword in the left foot. Chop the foot off, which just happened there. That's why there's a foot right there. So this is Honky, and Honky just hacked this dude's foot off. Also stabs the crossbowman in the right upper arm with her steel short sword, and the injured part is cloven asunder. So an arm and a foot. Look at the decapitations roll. Quite a bit of decapitations. Meanwhile, this goblin is just going, oh god, this was a mistake. That was a small siege. Old Zwari's been found dead. Committed too many crimes. Rest in peace, Zwari. Beaten to death by the captain of the guard. It's a real shame. It's a real shame. Rest in peace to Zwari. Thanks for the tutorial for it series you posted on YouTube. You watched the last episode. You liked it. You learned quite a lot. You know, some people are sad that I've stopped. I feel like for a basics tutorial series, it's completed its goal. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. What a shame. It's better than oh no, anyways. But yeah, no, the whole goal, the goal of that series was completed, I feel, which was to just help people learn how to play. What? Oh, right. I was like, why are they going all the way down here to remove that? Oh, right. Do I have stairs right there? No, I don't. I do have stairs right there, so we'll just drain it with this. What is the red Kool-Aid man that shows up? They're upset. Yeah, it means they're becoming more on this side of things instead of this side of things. What is Legends mode? When you start a new fortress or a new world, or when you go to play in a world that doesn't have a fortress in it, it gives you 3 options for modes: Fortress mode, Adventure mode, and Legends mode. Adventure mode is currently grayed out because it's not updated for this version yet. But Legends mode is just, here's the history printout of your entire fortress. If you go to my YouTube channel and you just type in Legends, you'll find a ton of VODs of what it looks like. It looks kind of like Dwarf Wikipedia. You can just go read about every single notable character in the entire history of all of your fortresses in the entire world, and every other notable character in the entire history of the entire world. So if a character exists, their entire life story is written there. And then when you're done with fortresses in between forts, from one world to the next, you can then go read about, you know, other dwarves in the world. Yeah, I mean, it's the way that I found a necromancer queen who started just systematically murdering all of her husbands every year, and then resurrecting them as zombies. It was a good time. All hail the mighty Blob. In this house we worship Blob. Yes. Kind of sad that that joke left a little bit, but Orb kind of eloped it, I think. I just do basics still. Part of that is just time to prepare them, and part of that is I have friends that I know for fact can do way better tutorials than my basics tutorials, so I'm going to just let my friends do them, but some of them are taking a while. Like, as an example, Tekit is somebody who's really good at doing advanced tutorials. I'm not really good at doing advanced tutorials, so I'm waiting for Tekit to make his advanced tutorials. But, like, to give you an idea, he's rewritten this script for his first tutorial like 5 times or something now. So I guess it just depends on what you're good at, and I'm not very good at that kind of content. So I leave it to other people. I'm really good at simple basic stuff. I mean, it's a real shame that a market called Duber didn't exist. Or that this version of the game didn't exist when a market called Duber existed. But it's hard to explain the market called Duber. I mean, that's the goal, right? Like, to me, I think Dwarf Fortress, like, there are people doing some advanced things, and there's people covering all of the exploits and whatnot, and all the ways to cheat it and make it super easy, but the way I see it is Dwarf Fortress is best served when you are just figuring out solutions to things. And if you want me to just give you solutions to things, okay. You might be talking to the wrong person, though, because I think you should just try and find your own solutions, because there's no wrong way to do things in Dwarf Fort. In the water pool to the top left, the single 7 magma pool, is there a reason for the depth count keeps disappearing? In the top, you mean this one? Because it's sloshing around. Meaning there's slightly above 3 in there, so it's just like the extra water's like moving around on top. It has a slight current, yeah. It might be due to it evaporating and unevaporating, or whatever the word is. But there's a few things that could cause it to do that. I'm just waiting for this lava to disappear. We can keep digging. I want to dig into here. And hopefully there's no water down here, because if we can get down to this layer, and then this layer, I can start mining out the adamantine, which is all down here. Well, I mean, it's moving around. Is what it's doing. Well, evaporation can be caused by lava, right? And because I've let it touch this lava before, chunks of it have evaporated. Also, lava directly below water can cause it to turn into steam. It's an odd system. So the idea here is I'm going to tell them to dig stairs from here down to here. And then hopefully they'll be able to dig down to here. Keyword there is hopefully. Is there a minor chance of demons being in those pockets of gems and obsidian? So the demons seem to come... Okay, so I'm talking just straight spoilers right now. The demons seem to come out of the obsidian walls. And then this is even more spoilers. When you dig through adamantine... Okay, actually, I'm going to go full screen and put my hand up. When my hand goes down, I'm done with spoilers. If you go through adamantine, dig through adamantine, there's certain patterns of adamantine that go down into what we call a fun straw. Okay? A fun straw is a tube that goes directly into hell. Hell is a separate zone that then appears beneath bedrock, which is the semi-molten rock that you can't dig through. Beneath that, there's another layer, which is full of not 10s, not 20s, not 30s, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of those demons that can fly, mostly, and they fly into your fortress and murder every single one of you, causing the apocalypse. Spoilers done. Thanks for the prime, Mass Moras. It's no fun if you can lock doors. It depends on if you're trying to start a demon breeding program or not. No problem, Mass Moras. Thanks for watching. In adventure mode or DF hack, or with DF hack, you can do that. In regards to sneaking into an elven settlement. You could, like, just walk into an elven settlement and just start chopping down their tree houses, too. In adventure mode. Is it really a dwarven mining operation if you don't get Belrogged? Valid point. But first we need to dig very deep. Well, we're not a proper mountain home yet. Being a proper mountain home is important. It is important? I don't think I can English. I mean, to be fair, I am rebuilding this faction. Like, if I look at the overworld, I mean, look. We've built several fortresses that are doing quite well, right? Like, look, Labor Razor's got 40 people now. Like, that's something. It's like, yeah, okay, like, my old fortress over here died horribly. But, we're just gonna go loot some items from there. Actually, now's a good time to do that. Which means I should stop doing this for a little bit until they come back. I'll just let that, like, do its thing. All right. I really need to eat more pigs. Hold on. Like, largely the reason the frame rate's so low right now is because of just the sheer number of livestock. All right. I don't know why I have 75,246 bunnies, but we're just going to eat everything. I don't care the age of it. We're not going to wait for it to grow up. I don't care about the waste in materials. We have plenty of meat, but you know what needs to be gone? These bunnies and most of these puppies as well. It's either that or I put them all in a cage at the same time and wait for them to starve to death. I think this is more humane-ish. English is very unimpossible. Ever play Rise to Ruins? Back when it was called Retro Pixel Castles and I didn't like it. Dev's a cool dude, though. All right, I'm just going to jump up here. I'm going to go into farming. I'm going to make a bunch of butcher stalls. In the Farmers Guild. Just convenient. I'll also place 2 more right there. Because this is a problem. Bunny loaf? Fun fact, bunnies are completely useless in Dwarf Fort. They don't produce any materials except for a skull. They are a completely useless farming product. I do not recommend farming or eating them in any way. In fact, I think bunnies should be removed from the video game. That's how useless they are. But they're cute. I mean, that's an excuse. That's something you could say, I suppose. Yeah, no bunny meat. Bunny skull. You can make bunny totems. Just kind of a hilarious concept, but... That's not what I wanted. I did in fact have a bunny war hero in a previous fortress, and that was one singular bunny that I decided to keep alive. It's not something I do very often. Just because they're hilarious sometimes doesn't make them any more useful. Did I do Discord word story? Do I? Oh, no, I didn't. Shit, I didn't see it. Hold on. Turned into Tarzan for a second there. Ears are amazing for giving to Dwarven quest NPCs the one accepting cats as a fact is foolish, as cats are fiction characters invented to annoy vermin. Fiery dragons on caffeine fly higher incomprehensibly than ents. Giants are... I mean, if birds aren't real, are cats real? Immigrant Song's a pretty good song, though. I mean, cats are a bunch of pussies. You can quote me on that. Although, speaking of cats, my parents' cat disappeared while I was snowshoeing. He ran away, vanished. And very, very old cat. This has a happy ending, I swear. It starts off as a sad story. But very old cat disappeared. So my mom spent the entire day wandering around trying to find him, walking up and down the street, calling for him. But when I say very old cat, he's 21. He is a very old cat. So he disappeared, and my mom was very, very worried and calling for him, and my mom kept texting my dad with updates while we were hiking up the mountain, and kept on commenting and saying, hey, the old man disappeared, we need to find him. My mom was telling all the neighbors, and the theory was that he followed my dad out the door when my dad left, because my dad took the dog for a walk, came back, and then put the dog inside, and then got in the car and drove off. The theory is that he followed my dad because he has a habit of doing that on walks, but he's not allowed to be outside while they go on walks because he'll follow them and he'll get lost because he can't see. He's got really bad cataracts on his eyes. So what they did was, when my dad got home, they went and retraced the route that my dad went on one more final time, and my dad apparently heard him meow and looked over, and he was in a fenced off area in one of my neighbors, or my parents' neighbors' yards. This fenced off area was a chain link fence, okay, all the way around, with a classic car in it. And my parents assumed that he either climbed a tree and jumped in, or somehow jumped in and couldn't get out, because it was a chain link fence that's taller than a human is high. So he got in and couldn't get out. So he was stuck in this chain link fence area and couldn't get out of it. So they went and knocked on the neighbor's door and were like, hey, your car enclosure has our cat stuck in it. He's very old and he can't get out. He was just sitting on the car, just kind of annoyed. Apparently they carried him inside, and he just went and slept for a day and a half. Was just very, couldn't even lie down on his sleeping mat properly. He just kind of flopped and just fell asleep. He's an adorable old man. That poor cat. He is very, very old. Apparently totally fine. Back to his normal bitchy, whiny, loud self now. Glad the old blue is good. Yeah, he's still good, still kicking, still biting. Somehow occasionally brings birds home still. He had a whole adventure. Yeah, he walked 2 blocks up the street. Which for him is very far. I mean, he grew up on a out in the middle of nowhere, in a pretty open environment where he could just kind of have free reign of the whole hill, with multiple acres of forest on our property and whatnot. So he grew up in a very large large cat enclosure, shall we say. And now he lives in a small, like, house in the city. Basically just doesn't leave. The oldest one is 18 years old. He's got a few more years to catch up to old Puppy. Old Beagle you had a long time ago did a similar thing. When you finally got him back, he was so sore. His head was stiffly for a week. Really? Held his head stiffly for a week? Aw. Like, I went for a walk today. The funniest thing was a couple years ago, Papageno, which is the name of that cat. Okay, whenever they walk through here, they join an existing conflict. There's something hostile in here. The fuck? That might be part of the reason my dwarves are so stressed. Is there, like, some sort of critter in here? That's all of them? This is interesting. Or feels fondness after remembering becoming a parent and mulling over the reoccurring memory has changed his personal tendencies. In what way? So alter ego values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and values peace over war after becoming a parent. Well, that's interesting. I don't know what's up with that. Sometimes, Sterlonian. But if you want to have an island fortress, if it's very close to the mainland, if you can make an embark, that embark's location goes across the body of water to the island, it'll act as a bridge for your faction. Her cousin has a dog that wandered off for a few days and a few years back, and it was happy and unhappy ending. Dog was found but very hurt and did survive. Well, that's good that he was found. My favorite story of a lost pet is one that I read on the internet a couple years ago that was originally published in Reader's Digest. Digest. And it was a older man who had a pet tortoise. Okay. Older man passed away. Family goes in and cleans out house. Couldn't find the tortoise. They don't really think too much of it, and they go, "Oh well, I guess tortoise walked away or whatever." And they went about living their lives. Some years later, one of the kids moved into the house. Did what they do with it and changed, like all the furniture had been moved out and whatnot. Another decade passes. So it's 10 years later. And the kid decides, that old shed that Gramps had in the back of the yard, it's full of stuff. We should just knock it down. Knock down the old shed, build a playground for his kids, because he had kids. They open the door to the shed and start pulling the boxes out. And underneath one of the boxes, they find the tortoise. Still alive. Just chilling. Had been eating random bugs and things that walked by. Fucking madness. Absolute madness. Right, so are you... Okay, you need rough gems. What have you acquired so far here, Dwarfy? Okay, so you got rough gems, Gabriel blocks, bone. Three pieces of cave spider silk. What are you asking for now? Skeletons? Or blocks? Rough gems. Ooh, it might be a forest. It might be wood. It might be wood. Might be wood that they need. It is, in fact, wood. Was it a box tortoise? It didn't specify the type of tortoise, but there's plenty of tortoises that can live that long. You don't know if you're alive or not? I'm pretty sure that Claiborne is still alive. Oh, yeah, it looks like Claiborne is not, in fact, still alive. But if you'd like a beard in the army, we're running out of beards in the army, I'll be honest. My military is actually mostly ladies. I know that this might come as a shock to some of you sexist bastards out there, but they're also not here right now. They're currently attacking a different or going after a different location. There's one dwarf who's still here, and it's Limul. Who's very slowly leaving them. So Claiborne. I don't know. Claiborne. But a lot of dwarves died yesterday. He exhibits a refined politeness and is determined to keep the guiding rules of etiquette. Also, if you think you have a dwarf, please, everybody, do us all a favor and let somebody else redeem it. It's already not fair, but if you're suspicious that you have a dwarf, do not redeem a dwarf. That's just let other people get it. As if life itself depended on it. He is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions, and he is confident under pressure. He is a perfectionist and has a greedy streak, and he tends to think before acting. He is quick to anger, and he tends to share his experiences and thoughts with others. He is stubborn, and he often feels envious of others, and he is slow to trust others. He holds his breath when he's nervous. He dreams of raising a family. A baby was just born, and Toasted's throwing another tantrum. He values self-control, and is it literally just the one? Yes, it's literally just the one. Values self-control and sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and does not care about friendship, and dreams of raising a family. Well, welcome to the fortress. Likes iron, onyx, opal. The color taupe, quivers, and alpacas for their jutting teeth, and the words of the bronze rocks, and the sound of the scintillating desert. Some impossible prefers to consume giant monarch butterfly and red wine. And just wine, rather, not red wine. And absolutely hates oysters. There's a wereshrew that turned into a dwarf last night in one of your fortresses, and that was fine. And now it's werelizards, and it's turned 6 of your military, and they are rampaging through the fort. You're pretty sure this is how it will end? Yep. Yeah, that'll do it. Yes, Salty Tempest. But you also had Salty Tempest as well. So, because you had Salty Tempest, it's I'm not going to consider redeeming Thanos having a dwarf, because we have the Gifted Dwarf thing now, which is... And that predated the Gifted Dwarf thing. But let's not be too specific. If you have a dwarf with your name, please refrain from asking for other dwarves. It should be a pretty simple concept. What do I think about werebeasts? Do you find them really lackluster? I think they're fine. I think they're a newbie trap that is designed to be a newbie trap, and it's a thing that you it's a initial hurdle that you learn to deal with, like everything else in Dwarf Fortress. Everything in Dwarf Fortress is something that you just learn to deal with time, and they cease to be a problem. Are they breeding? I don't know. Not yet. Still only 2 of them. But they've been hanging out next to each other, so fingers crossed. It's only been like 4 months since we got them. Like, we're in midsummer right now. We started in midwinter, so it's been about 6 months. Give them another year. But yeah, I don't know what you would change about werebeasts. I think they're fine. There we go. We got some ceiling. Curious if these turn back into boulders when water hits them. I don't actually know. That's where it ends? Okay, then mod them to be more interesting. There's plenty of mods that make were-creature variants that are more interesting, like the lycanthropy mod as an example. I don't know if it's been ported to this version yet. But, if you don't like them, change them. Like everything in this game. If you don't like it, mod it. No one's stopping you. I think they're fine. But I also don't play Dwarf Fortress for, like, indestructible threats. That's not the draw of the game for me. Took about a year and a half and 30 dwarves dead before it all burned itself out. Yeah. You can also just lock them into rooms, which is usually what I do, is I just make sure that there are plenty of doors around and just start locking doors. Military's returned from their mission. We explored Tour Shadows. We stole a bunch of books, including Anesthesia for Everyone, and Doubts About the Words, and various other things. Yeah, we stole a bunch of books. And, we went there. And what was the... Oh, do I not have a... I guess I don't have a specific. That was the second one. All right, let's, pause for a second, because there's an ad hitting in a second. And I'm going to go use the restroom. I will be right back. It's not theft, it's repossession, okay? Are we through the ads yet? No, it's a minute 30 seconds left. Minute and 5 seconds left. Sounds like you get a neurotoxin and you get a neurotoxin. Sorry, what? How are they pathing to that? Oh, duh. I know how they're pathing to that. I'm an idiot. Can you really breed demons? I have before. It depends on if they decide to make the sex or not. They haven't decided yet, but I do have a breeding pair, so fingers crossed. It's up to them now. Balls in their court, literally. Chair is your favorite streamer? Well, unfortunately, I turn off camera when Chair's on screen, so. But no, we haven't mined any candy of any sort yet, Templar. And before they're both bottoms. It is possible that they might just not be interested in one another. But they've also only been in there for half a year, so give them some time to think about it first. You're here for the chair? Well, that's good to know. It's an autonomous chair. I wouldn't recommend buying things from them. They're a weird company. But they make nice products. At least I've had good experience with their products. All right, so our volunteer is Frusty McCrusty. Let's see how you do. Please tell me you didn't hit more. There's lava here. I will be very disappointed. The entirety of your embark location. No, because there's no actual reason to do that. People do that, and it kind of confuses me. You don't need to mine that much. Like, at all. So, not really, no. Yes, I'm actually trying to breed demons. I have them. It's better than killing them. But no, I've never mined out the entirety of the embark location. I did cave in an entire Z level once, though. The Forgotten Beast, Themida, has come. A great quadruped composed of ice. Really? It has 2 short tails, and it has a bloated body. Beware its deadly spittle. How did you live this long? It's on a layer with a lot of scary beasts. Free water? It's gonna get smacked to pieces by a troglodyte. Or a jabberer. We memeing demons? I'm hoping they meme each other. Huh. All right, Vanilla Ice, you go have fun. Zulban isn't... Oh, I just saw the thing that's causing them to be in combat with each other. There's a giant rat in the fort! I don't know how they get into the fort, and I also don't know where they come from. Well, found the problem. I was trying to figure out why people were, like, getting surprised in combated by people, and I think I figured out the problem now. But yeah, these are the demons we're trying to breed. I need them to decide to breed. Fuck me. Not gonna lie, this shit's annoying as hell. So goddamn tedious to just take out a layer now. Just mine all this shit. Did I open the Eerie Cavern? No. I haven't even finished digging through all of the lava yet. I'd be showing it constantly if I had. Should let this stuff out. Or at the very least, this one. Who is this? Unib? Just some kid. I'll say Jam Jalopy. Hope things are good. Also, if anybody's wondering why the gift redeems are off today, it's because I'm being lazy today. That's why. Hello, Porcelet. How's things? Good, I hope. Okay, military's chilling down there. Where I need them. Rusty McCrusty is mining. You might want to move there, kiddo. Kids just playing make-believe near lava. I mean, wouldn't you if you were a kid? And you also happened to live near lava? Seems like definitely something a kid would do. There's water behind that. I mean, like, if you lived above lava and it was a safe distance, like, I could totally see myself just, like, throwing stones into lava and going, psst. Oh, look at this. We found another critter. You've unleashed the echo of a forgotten divine retribution. Huh? That's one I haven't seen before. Ooh, are you friendly? Or are you evil? Assuming you're evil. Yes, you are in fact evil. You are an angel instead of a demon. Interesting. They're not gendered, so they can't. It's a vengeful angel, aren't most? Yeah, those are meltdownable. New friend? Nope. This is why I haven't been staring at the wiki, because I want to find this stuff on my own time. I'm going to tell the dwarves to fucking run, but I doubt they will. Now the question is, do I fight it or not? It's killing JKRT, look from the looks of things. You know what? Let's just send in this squad. So we're sending in Dropkick and Clayborne's squad with Poplio. They've killed several demons. We'll see what they can do now. So what are you, creature? Scaly humanoid. It has 2 short horns and a body, and it's bent and misshapen. Yep, that's an angel, all right. And its eyes glow red. Its black scales are round and close set. Beware. It was created by the human god Muthro as part of, and it is a part with death, deformity, and disease. Cool. Kiddo's just hanging. Hold on. Playing with an artifact toy. It's hanging around a very stressed out dwarf here. Killed a dwarf. Killed JKRT. JKRT wanted to be a red shirt for whatever it's worth. And here come the dwarves. Let's see how the... Whoop. Looks like we already lost one. We lost Ravod. Curious to see if they can even kill it. I'm kind of expecting them all to just die. Wrestler strikes it, but the shot is definitely parried. Strikes the wrestler in the foot. This is definitely going. Oh, it's going. But here come the rest of them. Oh, it's dead. They got it. Question is, who got it? It was just a matter of them getting through its armor. Swordsdwarf slashes the spearman's lower body with her steel short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. The question was who? Seems like Urist got it. Yep. No, because they're just soldiers. They're not monsters, right? They're literally just soldiers. So they're just stupidly geared up soldiers. Like, I've seen these before. They just didn't exist in Fortress mode up until this version. Previously, the only place to find them was in very specific locations on the overworld in adventure mode. They were like an adventure mode only entity. So that's really cool to actually see one here. So I am going to see, is your clothing size? Okay, so there's size for Mathros Slayers. I'm going to set this stuff to be melted down. But I have to claim it all first. Oh, I actually also have to... Oh, shit. Never did turn that on. You guys okay? Healthy, healthy, healthy. Do I... Okay, so I can do this way. Jaggedness and asymmetry just means that they're made by creatures that aren't dwarves. Jagged items and asymmetric items can be made by some humans, I think. I think goblins can sometimes make asymmetric items. Dwarves can make them as part of artifacts, but that's it. Shoutouts to this kid, by the way, who witnessed the whole thing. Just sitting here still playing with his toy. See this face? This is the face of a 1-year-old child who just watched an angel walk out of a rock and murder a bunch of dwarves. Body's gonna get removed. But here's the thing. I'm curious about something. Melt, metal. Melt a metal object. Okay, so I can't specify type of metal. But guess what I gotta do? I'm gonna melt all of it because I'm gonna make it into a sword. My dwarves are swords dwarves. I'm going to make a stockpile right here specifically for that type of metal, whatever it is. It's going to be for armor. None. Other materials. Metals. Pockmarked metal. All. And then lastly, quality, core quality. So they should just go put them there. But, you know, we only lost 1 soldier, so that's pretty good. Let's just see if these end up in the right place. I don't know how the generation works, Zwari. Also, Zwari, you died, by the way. You got too depressed and ceased existing. Why isn't the green channel points button bopping up? You mean like on Twitch? I mean, it should pop up every 30 minutes. If it's not, I don't know. Twitch is broken again? Sounds like a Thursday. And Anvil. It's an interesting spelling. I think I exclaimed that the first time. Thank you very much for the Prime for the 2nd month. Sorry, Zwari, for the bad news. Sorry. Apologize. It's my bad. I should have done more to make you happy. But unfortunately, I failed. And your life was but a short one. It's nice, isn't it? Here's the thing, though, right? It's dropped quite a bit. Like, the average has dropped, but it's still pretty damn consistent, so. $2K left until you get your dwarf name. Best of luck. New player here. The embark screen in the neighbor listing. Does the hostile flag relate to the neighbor next to or above? It is the hostile flag is the one that it is above. So if it's like elves, hostile. Those elves are hostile. Humans, hostile. Those humans are hostile. But if you're a new player, I would recommend settling somewhere with nobody that's tagged as hostile. Highest likelihood of your long-term survivor. Endoro the Insane, thanks for checking out a 5-pack. Thank you. Cheers, man. Means a lot. Or 10-pack, not even a 5-pack, jeez. Insane indeed. Cheers. I mean, when it comes to like sustained viewership after launch, I can tell you guys something now that it's been a little bit. I've had a plan. And this plan is something that I've been aware of for a bit. And to be honest with you, what my plan was I knew that there was a certain strategy that other streamers in the past have used. And the most obvious example is somebody named Disnoff, who some of you probably watch. He streamed RimWorld before RimWorld launched on Steam. Streamed a lot of it, in fact. Hundreds of hours of it. Then when it launched on Steam, he got a massive view count bump. He launched up to a couple hundred viewers. And then stayed at about 150 viewers for a good couple of years. Then he had a big bump when There Billions came out. And then when RimWorld launched out of early access, he spiked over 1,000 and has stayed at like 800 to 1,000 viewers since. My entire goal was to replicate that with Dwarf Fortress for like the last 2 years. I just need to stay here and just keep playing this game, and then I need to replicate that. And I think I did. Also, Didok, the cook, has created Essis Huckton, a cave spider silk dress, and offers it to the chunky orb. That's the number of hours you've watched this stream, or at least had the stream open while my bot was running while my stream was live. I think we should give that dress to the queen. Seems fitting. But I'm following these metal objects. It's my priority currently. Guarantee you that's a tree. I'm curious to see how many things we get out of this jagged, pockmarked metal high boot. So chat, what material, or what should I do with this material? Should I make shields? Should I make swords? Should I make helms? I'm thinking about, let's just see how many swords we can make. I'm breeding demons and melting down godly metals. Yes, we're in spoiler territory. Heavy spoiler territory. Swords? Where are you going, dwarf? Okay. Here's what I need to do. I'm not making spears because my dwarves aren't trained in spears. Divine Revolution. We will forge these weapons in our great forge to create a set of weapons that will allow us to retake the world. Something else I'm going to allow in here is Pockmarked metal. And from here, not allow pockmarked metal, which means they'll just put them in there. What's this about investments? It's a mini game that's been in chat for a very long time. Don't worry about it too much. A weapon to surpass Metal Gear? Only if we can have Psycho Mantis. You know, I've never played a Metal Gear game. So this dwarf down here is melting one. I think. Okay, so thin pockmarked metal thingy. That's Tilanartho. You are melting down another thin pockmarked metal thingy. Jagged pockmarked metal helm. Confused screaming is the plot of Metal Gear has always been my understanding of it. I've watched Excessive Profanity play that entire series in its entirety like a couple of times now, so. Did they not go into the stockpile? This is true, Chorizo Joe. This is true. I've just never owned any of the consoles that they were on and then never bothered to buy the PC ports because I always heard they were bad, so. Are you telling me that melting them down is not giving me metal bars? Really? You don't get a full bar when you melt an item? Then what do you get? You have to get something. Them all in the same forge? Bit late. But noted. One. Gotcha. Thanks, Chad. Well, then we just won't worry about it. Set to 1 now. But that's a mechanic I've never heard of before. I believe it, but never heard of it. All right, let's keep digging. This is next. So I need that right there. Yeah, I know that some things melt down to 1.2 bars, but there was nothing in the game that I've ever encountered before that melts down to less than 1. But okay. Fix the job now. Oh, I know how giant corkscrews in Infinisteel works. Fucking awful. Exploit that. But I figured it would just be 1-to-1, but It's also a really good way to upset every single one of your miners. Or not miners, your smiths. Because they spend all this time making all these very valuable items and then go, no, my valuable items, when you melt them down. And it's like, well, I'm sorry. Candy coins, my beloved. Can you still split coin stacks? Because I've seen some reports saying that minecarts don't split them anymore. I haven't tried. Is it just stuck in the smelter? Yeah, I don't have access to the item now. I just melt them all down and then we'll find out what happens from there. Looks like the body's already been moved. I know that coins give 110% melt per operation, but you used to be able to split the stacks of coins, so you just have a billion separate coins, and then each one would give you 1.1% back. So you could literally just make like infinity coins, which is goofy beyond all reason, but you know. Bad place to stand right there. It's only a matter of time until a single dwarf gets lavaed into nothing. I'm just trying to slowly drain this out so I can dig down. How about we just stop asking the streamer about the demon breeding, and I'll change my title to I've bred demons when I've bred demons. Because people are asking me every 3 to 5 minutes. And it's getting a little redundant. Deep within the strange place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. Question is where? Oh, that's another invisible item. Ooh. 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 Why do I want to give it to the captain of the guard? Why is it invisible? Because certain items don't have sprites for some reason. All right, there's so much miasma. I'm going to assign this one. Right there. I've got a pockmarked metal spear and a thick blazing metal spear now. Found 2 spears. What's a streamer got to do to get a metal whip? Those pieces of weapon and armor can't be made by dwarves, so they don't have sprites yet, sadly. Yeah. No, it was one of those like, well, we can either finish the game and release it on Steam, or we can polish. And they chose to finish, which I respect. Of course, it's like somewhat suboptimal, but you know, it is what it is. Kind of tempted to just let this out. Did I just insta-give a dwarf into that? I didn't even see it, if I did. It's possible. This game's more than mostly fully functional. It's fully functional. Actually, this makes me wonder. Yeah, see? They exist in ASCII. It's a slash in ASCII. Also, hi, Iron Needle. But now I'm wondering, what are needles normally made out of? What material are needles made out of generally? I know it's like an odd question, but steel? Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. But hi. I'm blind. I play too much of this. We're digging deeply and greedily, and ignoring the ghosts. Okay, maybe not. Really Swifty, apparently, is being spooky and scaring dwarves. So let's make a memorial for Swifty. Vabok. B-A-B-O. Still no news on the demon breeding project. That's what my foot said last time I stepped on one, Tropic. Flat sheets of stainless steel heated to achieve pliability. Logical. We need some demon Viagra. Ask your doctor? I don't know what else to say to that. Do they need an egg box? I did that more as a joke. I had them lying around and chat was like, they're lizards. What if they need eggs? I was like, I don't think that works that way. So I gave them an egg box. What, demon Viagra? Just like, don't Google dragon dildo. There's many things you shouldn't Google. No. Good dragon. You know, it was funny. There was one day ages ago on this stream where I asked chat if I should make a P.O. box. And the first response I got was one of my now mods. I'm not going to say which mod, but one of my now mods was like, only if you're all right with me sending you my entire extended collection of bad dragon dildos. I was like, all right, I'm not getting a P.O. box. Who just made that really simple? Those are expensive? Yes. Yes, they are. I know it wasn't you, Stone. This was a while ago. Artemis Fowl, what kind of dwarf would you like? Beard or no beard? Seems like a missed opportunity? No. You would resell them and make some cash? My time isn't worth that much. Or rather, my time is worth more than that. What happened to Senior Fowl? The name was taken, I would assume. Cobalt Streak, Binding of Isaac streamer, made a P.O. box and ended up with $300. I mean, I know who Cobalt Streak is, but that's funny. 300? Why so few? Yeah, this is why I don't have a P.O. box. Depends on the value of the dildo. Tropic Communist. But yeah, I completely believe that Cobalt's chat would do that. That's amusing. Stream you used to follow got a P.O. box. And he got a poster of his face over Sailor Moon that was opened by the custom control, and they sent him like 5 kilograms of Swiss chocolate, all the labels ripped off, and sneaked in some spicy chocolate in there. Oh, that's awful. Yeah, this yeah, once again, why I don't have his P.O. box. You want a happy, safe dwarf. Happy and safe dwarf. Well, not that side. Okay. So beard or no beard? Because that's basically just like a farmer. It would be what you want. Somebody without mining equipped. Beard? Okay. Give you this cook named Rao. Artemis. Ral is not bothered in the slightest and by deviations from the norm or even extreme differences in lifestyle or appearance. What a tolerant, lovely dwarf. He is easily moved to mercy and doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise. He doesn't generally think before acting and tends to form negative views about things. Doesn't often feel envious of others and doesn't focus on material goods. Tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and he is quite polite. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he is grateful when others help him out. And he tries to return favors. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. He doesn't really care about anything anymore. Stiffens up when he's surprised. And he dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream is realized. Personally thinks that the entire concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting. What an odd dwarf. And has a deep respect for animals, plants, and the natural world. A turnaround after being caught in the rain in 249. And he finds artwork boring, finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. He likes trifle pewter, aventurine, oyster shell, picks and coins, and giant peach-faced lovebirds for their loving nature, and the words of the meditation of orbs and the sound of the scintillating deserts, and when possible prefers to consume giant ocelot, pendant amaranth beer, and he hates mosquitoes, has friends, no permanent relationships, disdains sacrifice. And that's your dwarf. All right, slab's been placed. I'm going to work on this. This will help quite a bit with frames, actually. Because this upper walkway where they can just see everything is starting to cause problems. It's a bit too big of a walkway, so putting non-see-through walls on this will assist. Also, I think it'll look cool if I do it right. That is Dwarf you. The thing I like about getting a dwarf named after you in Dwarf Fortress is it's kind of like getting your palm read. It's like it's generic enough that like it's believable, but wide enough and like there's enough possibility space there that it's like, oh wow, that is me. It's really good at lying to you, is maybe another way to put it. If I have 50 dwarves, how many full clothes should my clother make? Every year, once a year or so, check a couple dwarves and see how many of them need new clothing. That's what I do. Make a handful of robes and then make full outfits on auto. I don't make full outfits on auto. I do full sets of clothes for everybody once every 3 years. Is what I do. If you want to do it the way I do it, that's how I do it. You feel sorry for the piggy? Eh. Just a piggy. Piggy's fine. Mostly. Just has some major trauma. I'm sure the piggy will live. Eventually we'll retire the piggy and put a dog there again or something. But regardless of what animal I put there, chat's like, oh, it's a poor animal. And I'm just like, but like, what do you want? If I put a dog there, you'll be sad for the dog. If I put a pig there, you'll be sad for the pig. If I put a goose there, everybody won't feel bad for the goose. Then one person will feel bad for the goose. And then I'll put something else there. Criminal dwarves? There is no way to permanently chain up a criminal like that. Quite literally, there is none. Like, you can't do that. How about a tamed spider? But the spider would still feel thoughts. Besides, spiders are adorable. I would never do such a thing to a spider. Lock a goblin in there? But then the dwarves wouldn't be able to go in there to collect all the stuff. I'd also have to catch a goblin. Caged goblin? They wouldn't shoot webs at a caged critter. I could actually just move them closer together. That would do it. But that's no fun. Apparently the flooring here got screwed up, so I'm going to fix this. It's starting to bother me. Dwarves won't chain up a visitor for no reason. Make them web each other. You heard me. Someone must suffer for our silk. Yep. Finally, someone understands it. There's a BDSM joke in anywhere all the time if you dig deep enough. It's just a matter of having the mind for it. All right. I mean, there's many dirty jokes in there. You don't even have to reach very far. Something, something, web each other. Pretty hard to miss, in fact. It's like that Steam review of Dwarf Fortress that I tweeted out yesterday. Which is, this game is a appropriate representation of my sex life or something. What's the actual wording of the tweet? Dwarf Fortress is the portrayal of my sex life. And I think I'll put that artifact statue over here. There we go. This will bother me a lot less now. I went too deep and got killed. I mean, everybody tries to figure out what it means. No updates on demon babies. Sag. I just want them to make babies, chat. That's all I really want. That's supposed to go get put on a pedestal, game. Come on. Looking forward to their wedding. One way to put it. You can't tame demons. But why? Because I have 2 demons of the opposite sex locked in the same room. And I'm hoping that they make babies. I've managed to make it work in the past. Not in this version of the game, though. Will it work? Bleh. That's why the title is, Can I Breed Demons? Possibly breeding demons. Potentially. I'm not going to promise anything. Because honestly, I don't know. Yes, I want baby clowns. I've had various demons that were having like sextuplets before in previous versions of the game, so I don't know if it'll work in this version of the game, so we're finding out. I'm doing science. And science in this instance is breeding animals. And what are demons if not animals? I don't know. Can you? Well. Whew. Holy shit, nobody died. Well. If anybody died, I didn't see anything catch fire. Well. Bunch of diamonds got pushed in there. That's a pain in the dick. All right, let's just dig through this. Let's let this water out. See if we can let it do its flooding thing. You can't even get your doggos to make puppies? Lock them in a room. They'll make puppies. Child ghost is pestering the dwarves. Linux Town, thanks for another 5-pack. Are you alternating before between my stream and Jess's, by the way? But thank you. Cheers. Maybe, okay. I mean, I'm not complaining. But thank you. You're alternating a bit too. Well, it's just I saw this morning that Linux Town is on Jess's leaderboard, so. But thank you very much for helping keep this weird show funded. You've got really high dodge stats, Templar. You can use Crypt Burr, though, which is the follower emote if you happen to be following me. I kept you on DF. Well, happy to help, Linux Town. Happy to help. Went ham over there and just got the 250 gold for the month. Jess, I really hope, gets to a point where she has a higher consistent average sub count. Jess is around where I was at for a very long time, and her cost of living is higher than mine. I'm lucky to have a very low cost of living. Jess is a very good streamer. Deserves a lot more than she gets. But I can say that about Jess. I can say that about Bellinaire. I can say that about a lot of people. We found candy? Oh, it's right there. It's just a matter of digging to it. It's all this crap that's in the way. Found a artifact spear that's made out of thick blazing metal, which is fun. Also, hey, Deep, what's up? How's the fort? Fort's pretty good. We are attempting to breed demons with no luck so far. I mean, he streams most days, so I don't know what there is to miss. We can dig down here. Let's try that. I'm trying. That might bring the circus to town, though. What are the requirements to breeding demons? Get really lucky and hope they breed. There are no requirements. You just need 2 demons of the opposite sex. And then you just need to cross your fingers and hope they like each other. You've actually never seen the circus? I'm going to be very careful and try not to breach it in a way that will kill me. How are the nest boxes doing? They haven't toppled them. Absolutely not. You encountered a demon for fun for the first time last night, and you lost 120 dwarves to a web-spitting demon snake? Yeah, that sucks. No, they really don't. Dwarf Fortress doesn't mess around when it sends its endgame shit at you. New ghost? Yeah, we're already immortalizing it. Oh, no, never mind. There's another. There is another one.
When a girl demon and a male demon like each other very much, they will partake in mutual exercises, and after the gestation period a new demon will appear.
No, the giant goose comes down from the heavens and delivers the baby demon. Sheesh. Get your facts straight. Some goddamn propaganda in my chat. We've uncovered another treasure of the gods. Ooh, what's this? Bamtaku! It's a multicolored metal morning star. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. All right, I will put that one on a pedestal too. Well, where's this? Can Dwarf equip Morningstar? Yep. Can I not put multiple my items onto a pedestal anymore? Because they don't seem to be super interested in moving these. Well, I mean, I might actually just assign this Morningstar to a champion. What I'm going to do. Claiborne, you can be my champion. And champion gets this Morningstar. Just curious if he goes and picks it up. Keep an eye on it. So there's lava here, I guess? Great. More lava, more lava, more lava, more lava. Really should just use pumps. I think that's probably just the way they want you to do this. The way I'm going to do this is this. Go up above this. And I'm going to channel that out. Anything that's like that has sized for a specific size of thing, or has large in their description, dwarves can't use. That's pretty simple, actually. Also, Fanyox, thanks for the $1. Also, we're about to get hit by a bunch of ads, so apologies in advance. Cause redacted put it there. Sniper. Go read your legends. I'd have to read the legends about this particular Morningstar to find out, which I haven't done. So I don't know what put it there. Something put it there. One of my favorite godly metals is the screaming metal. Because it's just like, well, it's this metal that's screaming loudly. What's it do aside from scream? This is going to turn some of this into obsidian. Maybe what we'll do is we'll just do it this way. Channel through this and make this into a pond once it's able to be channeled through. Then once we make it into a pond, then they can, just dump water on the lava and just make it into obsidian. We'll do it that way. It's slow and tedious, but I mean, it's probably the best answer we got here. You're right there. So we'll just wait a minute until this all drains out. And then from the top down, we'll dump water into where this will be. So I'll dig this out down to here. Or dig this down and dig right there and then just make a little obsidian square. Or actually, no, I could channel this out. This tile. Let lava into here and also maybe channel that out as well. I don't know if it'll let me do that. Yeah, well, okay. And then lava should flow into those two tiles. And should, in air quotes, make some obsidian here. What about the steam? Dwarves aren't affected by it. All right. Just because Dwarf Fortress was released on Steam doesn't mean dwarves are suddenly affected by Steam. Quite sure that's not how the game works. With falling water? No, it needs to be flowing water. I've got YouTube sitting behind my game. I really don't like having this lady staring at me. Really don't like this. I'm gonna swap over to Twitch. There we go, much better. She's been staring at me for the last 40 minutes or so. It's just to have an odd look to have on somebody's face staring at you. I'm not going to tell you anything, Sniper. When it comes to this stuff, you get to watch and find out. Hello, Asmog, what's up? How's things, dude? Dig from top to bottom. It would be very difficult to dig from the bottom to top without digging top to bottom first. Still in excess. I'm starting to think this map's just bugged or something. Time to trade. We'll see what spot the traders pick. Generally, when I'm digging into things where I'm not familiar with what's going to be beneath it, I go from top to bottom, yeah. It's safer that way. So this needs to be blocked, and this needs to be blocked, and this needs to be blocked. So this will help a little bit, but not much. We can also dig through this way, right there. Lava will dry up if it's 1 of 7. So this lava's already drying. Just like water. Now that I'm getting into the swing of things, am I doing it right in your new fort? I'm seeing all these people's mega forts or mastery over engineering, and I'm always a bit overwhelmed. Don't be. At least your noble has a home and a throne room. Hey, you know, as long as your dwarves are generally happy with their surroundings, you're winning. Genuinely. As long as they're generally happy, yeah, you're winning. All right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to make this into a pit pond. Let them slowly start chucking buckets of water into that. And we're going to see where these dwarves go to trade. Okay, so they go to the lower one. Maybe I just straight up need to deconstruct the lower one. Sell you these bolts, because I'm never going to use them. Going to sell everything pretty much that is considered to be a shirt. Clothing or otherwise. Hand-stitched or otherwise. It's really weird that I can't sell Forgotten Beast stuff. That is very much a bug. For the 5th time last night and realized the drop-off didn't have anything specified, so it was an endless cycle of kicking and putting it back into the stockpile, and now that you fixed it, the fort's running smooth. Hell yeah! Whenever people are just like, I have this issue, it's almost always like, well, you clearly didn't set something up correctly. I feel kind of bad just telling people that, but it's usually the truth. It's generally the truth. Why do I have so many random crossbows? What else can I sell them? What else can I sell them? I have a weirdly large number of ropes. Apparently all of the figurines I have are artifacts. Yeah, should be fine. Gobsnack, do you live? No. You committed a crime and got beaten to death. You tantrumed and committed a crime. Maybe if you mod in characters from Raid Shadow Legends. Because, like, you could if you really wanted to. Although, to be honest, the most recent sponsorship I turned down was not a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship. It was a Clash of Clans. That is a lot of dwarves running through here. Not as bad as they were once. Still bad enough. I will never forget the article that I read about dudes in Silicon Valley and bankers on Wall Street competing with each other to spend more money in Clash of Clans. I will never forget that article. That article is permanently burned into my brain. It was like, it was on the New York Times. It was literally just like talking about how there are people on Wall Street who were just had competitive clans against each other, like the different banks and brokerages and financial firms all had different clans in Clash of Clans and would compete against each other. Which is literally just competing with who can spend the most money, because that's how you win in that game, right? You spend the most money. I mean, yeah, they probably all play Pokemon Go now or some shit. There is a lot of blood in there. I think I need to give these dwarves soap so that they go take showers. Was too much for you and losing where dwarf went. Yeah, finding a frame rate that you can follow is pretty key to enjoying Dwarf Fort, I think. But this is about where the frame rate for this fort's going to stay probably forever now. Oh, that's going to be a lot of value. Ghost top left? I know. It's not a priority right now. Trading's the priority. You know, it's kind of funny. I was explaining to FG Squared, actually, about how Dwarf Fortress works, and I just kind of offhanded mentioned, yeah, I mean, like, if you need to speed up or slow down the game, just change the frame rate. She goes, so it's a bad thing I set the game to 144 frames a second? I'm like, well, if you want it to be playable in the early parts of the game, you might want to turn the frame rate down a little bit, because it's going to be moving at lightning speed. And she goes, that explains a lot, then. I set everything to 100. Well, graphical I set to 60 because that's what my monitor is at. You should set your graphical frames to whatever your monitor is capable of. And then everything else should just be set to whatever number you feel comfortable at. I set it to 100. But, you know, set it to whatever you want, really. Doesn't matter. Just set it to whatever speed you're comfortable with. Whatever doesn't feel too fast. But if it feels too fast, turn it down. You have to type in exclamation point tickets to see how many you have, Cog. Got a trader yesterday and he took so long unloading his stuff he didn't have time to actually trade it. It took him about half of a year to gather his stuff up before he left. Yeah, they do that sometimes. Probably just brought like a bajillion thread or something. I've had that problem with ammunition before. Sorry, I had to dunk somebody in a Discord that I'm in. Trying. No luck so far. Techno. Major river? Yeah, that'll happen. I mean, the only reason the frame rate's so low on this map is because it's 6x6. Got a lot of pissed dwarves. No, they've all got beds. And also, it's not that bad. I was watching a stream last night that had 46 dwarves on the furthest right side. We're doing all right. Can you choose the color of material to build certain beds? I don't know, actually, if material changes the color of the beds. I mean, you can choose a certain material, I just don't know if it changes the color. You click the little magnifying glass to change the color, or to change the material. It doesn't? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, but it won't change the cloth color. It'll change the, like... I would actually, a bed frame color makes sense. But it won't change the cloth color on the beds. Bed sheets are just whatever the bed sheets are. I'm actually weirded out that they have bed sheets, because I always imagined the dwarves sleeping without bed sheets. I just kind of thought that they would, like, wrap themselves in their body hair or something. Or they're just, like... What's it called? Similar to hobbits, where they just don't care. You lost 5 dwarves to agitated capybaras, taunting them into deep water. Yep, that'll do that. Those monstrous capybaras. No, that's a goblin. Dwarves are more civilized than that. Bed sheets are made of wood since there are no fabrics. Yeah, okay, they go into they're spun bark bed sheets. There you go. Yeah, that's something that's always, like, made me squint a little bit at Dwarf Fort, but I understand, like, it would be an absolute pain in the dick if you needed to, you know, like, have cloth for beds to make beds. So many people can't sort out clothing. Imagine if you also just straight up couldn't make beds. Like, just nobody would be able to play this game because so many people can't get, you know, clothing working. You think that they should contribute to happiness? I mean, if they were to do it that way, they would have to do it, like, encrusting, right? But I also don't care too much. Like, you know, you can encrust something with gems. You'd, like, make bed sheets for it. Are ropes not allowed to be sold? What's going on here? Oh, they aren't. Well, in that case... Okay. Nothing purple. Probably just buy out most of their stuff, but maybe not the gems. That also does explain why I have so many ropes, though. I think I'm just gonna buy their food. I'm just not worry about it too much. So I don't really need anything specific from them. Buy the barrel. Well, milk. Yeah, I don't need venom. Buy the picks because I'm too lazy to make my own. Brought a raccoon bone ring. There we go. Let's trade. Still waiting on 76 more items. Good lord. You always order instruments? I only order instruments I want. What can venom be used for? Absolutely nothing. They have no use. Because the way the game works is it takes barrel and it assigns random liquid to barrel. Random liquid could be bee venom, it could be gremlin tears, it could be cat blood. It's a old bug that, as far as I'm concerned, should just be a feature at this point because it has absolutely no benefit to Fortress mode. I don't even think it has any benefit in perhaps later when they add more criminal elements. Shrug. I literally just stated it assigns random liquid to random barrel. There's absolutely nothing you can do with any liquid aside from honey, which isn't technically a liquid, booze, and milk. Nothing else has a use. I think the magic update's just going to be very, very, very different of a video game. Maz, what kind of dwarf do you want? I think you know the rules at this point. Then go mod your game to make it cookable. Salty. Set a timer, MMO Junkie. I'm not going to bother with that because I'm going to just have to explain it to people constantly. I'm just not answering questions about the demons at this point. If chat wants to answer them, you guys can. But I'm just not going to say anything, and no, I'm not going to make a command for it. I could just take it out of the title if you guys want that. That would be the actual easy way out of this. When do you think the magic update will come? Fuck if I know. Before 2030, probably? I'll just trade all this for a gold bar. Easy. I mean, it's not a bait title. It's an honest question. They're right there. Bearded child. Take that out of context. Dale and Artho, you're already named. I need them not pissed. One's not super pissed. Mesothile is completely careless with resources when completing projects and is invariable Wait, what? An invariable wastes a lot of time and effort. I've never seen that word before. Tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and is a friendly individual, and is conflicted by this nature since he would ideally prefer more strife in his life. More strife in his life. That's a weird rhyme. Imagine preferring more strife in your life. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and he tends to present himself modestly. He has a greedy streak, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things and can handle stress. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. He personally cannot fathom why anyone would want to live in an orderly and harmonious society, and finds blind honesty foolish, and values good craftsmanship but doesn't really see the point of working hard. Dreams of crafting a masterwork, a great work of art someday. He likes chromite, steel, and red zircon. The color beige in shoes and coins, and ohms for their gills, and the words of the bronze rocks, and the sound of the fuchsia silkiness, and when possible prefers to consume capuchin and spotted ratfish and lychee wine, and absolutely hates praying maggots. Slight grammatical error? I was gonna say invariably sounds correct. That does sound correct. Let's try digging through this. But we need to dig through this. Is the lava adjacent to water? What? Is what lava adjacent? There's a lot of lava on this screen, and some of it is in fact adjacent to water, so what? What are you asking? I don't think so, no. Even when it's not currently accessible, but like, I assigned it to him, but he doesn't seem particularly interested, probably because he's also in a separate squad. I might need to remove him from the squad in order to do that. Although, I'll be honest, I don't actually understand how any of this fancy stuff works. But it was blocked off for a while. It's now available again, so let's... If I can find Claiborne on this list. He's in a different squad, so... There you are. And let's go into here, equip, sign uniform, metal armor. He's going for a steel short sword. New weapon, specific weapon. He should be able to use the Morning Star, I don't know. But, like, they haven't even moved the, what's it called? They haven't moved the thing that we don't have an icon for, either. Like, it's still there. It's just hidden, because you can't see it. Yeah, it's not showing up even in the list. Maybe they just can't assign it. I don't know. I don't know how this shit works. Currently, it seems to just not, so. Don't worry about using marked dwarves until mid-February, because they're redoing their entire AI. Their AI has been fucky for a really long time. You can make it work, but I would argue that it's not worth the effort. Just wait a couple months. Just wait a month or so. I think it's a bug as well. Oh, probably. But it's not going to worry about it. So I would just, when it comes to, great, found another tiny little lava pocket. When it comes to Mark Dwarves, just don't worry about them for like a month. Don't know where this water is. Is there water inside that? Or is it because of that? It might just be because of that. It's an alpha, technically, for Dwarf Fort. A game with lots of features. Also, when did anybody describe Dwarf Fortress as a fully functional game? Just out of curiosity, where did you hear that? Because I've never said that. Yeah, exactly. If you expect it to be a fully functional game, you've never heard of Dwarf Fortress, or you have gotten the wrong impression. Said that in sarcasm. If I say that, I'm not being serious. It's just like when I say that Dwarf Fortress has a lot of features. Most of them work sometimes. Am I planning to play more in the future? Well, that's only part 1 of 8. So, no, never gonna play it again. Horrible video game. Do not like it. First, I'm gonna play Caves of Cud in the future. I love that game. One of the best games ever made. Like, I mean, I've streamed Caves of Cud for hundreds of hours in my streaming career, so if you go to my YouTube channel and just type in Caves of Cud, there's another like 40-something VODs you could go watch. Come on, dwarves. That's the end of that lava. Let's not dig around that, because that will just burn you to death. Can I do this? Cud. It's not called cock. It's called cud. It's pronounced cud. It's because you don't know how to pronounce Q and U. It's not the game's fault that you, you know, maybe don't know proper pronunciations of words that don't exist. Come on. Well, I think cud is a word, isn't it? Pretty sure cud is a word outside of Caves of Cud. Not that. It's apparent. Okay, so this is apparently it's a slang term meaning urgent, which is interesting. But no, it's not a real word. Cud with a C is cows, yes. They chew on cud, which is the place that Caves of Cud came from. This dwarf is in a interesting space right now. Let's make your life a little less terrifying, shall we? But also, can you please mine through this? That'll be fine, right? Look, water. Don't fall into the lava. Question is there more? You know you could just leave right now, dwarf, right? You could just walk across that way. But instead, you're just thinking about it? No problem, Chupa. Happy to help. A lot of smoke. Probably just can't see through the smoke, actually. I'm, like, very annoyed Yeah, I don't know how obvious it is, but this stuff's kind of aggravating. It's just... I really miss the old mechanics for this. I'm going to make this into a water source. We're going to take buckets out of here. We're going to dump buckets on things. We're going to do it that way. What was the old mechanic? It was just an adamantine, just adamantine by itself with none of this gems and shit that I don't care about and smoke. I'm just trying to get to this right here. Like, the gems are fine with the monsters coming out of them. That's a lot of fun. Big fan of that. Not a huge fan of the lava and the water. We'll see you later, guys. Cheers, man. Thanks for hanging out. I was going to say a while ago. I don't remember exactly what version, but Templar's probably right. I'm going to pause the game for a second. Gotta go check something. All right, I'm back. Yeah, that's probably the way to do it, honestly, is using pumps. I just hate using pumps for shit like this. Gonna take them a while to build it, but... No, the thing that I actually hate about it it's not the water. The issue that I have with it is the fact that it's water and lava. If it was one or the other, I wouldn't really care. Like, if there was just lava pockets everywhere, okay. But the fact that it's like this kind of a bothersome combination of things is just a little bit aggravating to deal with. Well, never mind. Let's instead... Yeah, we're going to channel through both of those. We'll place one up here. I've seen your joke pop up 3 times, and I'm just refusing to comment on it. If you want to say the punchline for chat, you can. But adding me with it, if I intentionally ignored you the first time, isn't really going to make me unintentionally ignore you the second time. If you want to tell a joke like that, use bits or something. I'm being grumpy and trying to mine through lava. Ah! Also, I know that joke. If I ruined your punchline, I think that would make it worse. You like them? I like them when I don't want... Like I said, I like the idea of them. I think their current presentation is a little bit just tedious. And it just makes me really, really miss being able to just dig through it. You're Frank, not me, though. So I can't even say that, like, to be frank. The actual thing that bothers me is just how full of diamonds this stuff is, because what ends up happening is you just have all of these eternally burning diamonds, which are less than fun. It's like, come on, can I just get, like, some diamonds that aren't burning for all eternity? Like, that would just be so nice right about now. Because then the whole thing fills up with smoke and it fucks with pathing, and it's like, God damn it. Light blue wall, adamantine gnosis microcline. Yep, that's been tripping Dwarf Fortress players up as long as I've been playing the game. That people mistake adamantine and microcline. I suppose. I don't know. I don't really know what the intent is for. I mean, yeah, you can do that. But remember the part where I stated that it just increases tedium? That. I consider that tedium. It's like, yes, I can go above these, and yes, I will slowly go above these, and yes, I will set them all as, like, zones that can be dug out, but, like, just kind of wish I didn't have to do that, I suppose. Okay, just don't slide into lava. There you go. Totally fine. Just don't slide into the lava. Oh, another treasure of the gods. What's this? A spring metal scourge. A searing metal scourge. Ow. Imagine a whip that also sears. Ugh. Gosh. Diamond smoke is good for the lungs? Well, maybe if you're a dwarf. That does sound horrific. It'd be great if we could equip them. I don't think that we can. It's like, I kind of want to just try channeling it down, see if displacing them makes them accessible. Humans can? I can't equip the normal-ass spear that we have, right? We have a godlike material spear, and we can't equip them. I can't equip any of them at all. It lets me put them onto a pedestal, but that's it. Yeah, it's the material. Although it would kind of make sense why a dwarf wouldn't be able to equip something that was searing. I could, like, wrap my brain around the logic of that without too much issue. Yeah, it's mostly just the burning gems that really irritates me. Most other things are just fine. Okay, well, explain to me why mine can't. It's not really the point of this exercise, right? It's yours can, cool. That's awesome. Mine can't. They're just not available. Not sure if it's a bug or just an issue. Weird. Let's try that. Let's just set all this to none. Weapons, totable quality artifacts. See if they move them. You can turn them into... You can turn godlike metals into things if you get it off of a living creature. Because then they're meltable, but the ones that are just found in the rocks are not meltable. Should probably stop cooking food soon. Kind of got a lot of it. That's also an option. Let's see. Yep, don't see it. It's like I got an Iron Morning Star. It's like they can equip Morning Stars. Morning Stars aren't the issue. Apparently I have a Nethercap training sword. Odd. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of annoyed by the whole thing, so I'm just kind of not worrying about it right now. Maybe the stockpile thing will work eventually. We'll see. Little tabs will pop up when you click on the pedestal too, right next to the... I mean, yeah, I know this. Like, they should show up, but they're not. So, what I'm going to try doing is once this water's out of here, I'm going to try just dropping them down a Z level, because sometimes displacing items makes them usable when they're not usable. So, fingers crossed. Am I going crazy or did 10 dwarves die? I don't think so. Anyway, I have to read the Discord word story. Hold on. Giants are dwarves. With larger legs comes larger responsibilities. I like how some people read the whole sentence and some people just skip the first 3 words. Demon Smex, that's not a word, Templar, come on. Demon Smex is delicious. Under. Deep within, we've discovered another strange item from the gods. Ragost Zosto. I wonder if forbidding it and unforbidding it will do anything. Not the word story of your mind. It's fine. You can follow along by joining the Discord. Okay. Got your first mountain home last night? Hell yeah. Good for you. We're getting there. I was mostly just trying to put them onto pedestals to keep track of them, but I think we've got 4 down here and 1 on the surface, so that's, what, 5 of the 7 items? So I need 2 more. Getting there. Dwarven cuisine is divine. We've uncovered another great treasure of the gods, which is a ring. So I guess that's 6. Well, actually, no, there's 2. Hold on. 2 rings. Cool. No wonder it's pricey. Why? Because they're, well, I mean, they're godlike endgame items, so yeah, of course they're pricey. All right, chat. What do you suppose are the odds that I dig into another spot of lava down here? It's very likely, I would think. So there's lava right there. Well, at least we're slowly cutting through it. It's like Minesweeper. At least the game doesn't end when you hit on a mine, or hit a mine, rather. At least not right away. Also, the frame rate's gotten a little bit better, which is nice. Might as well also mine out more of this up here. Could also mine through that, but eh. What's right beneath you? Water's right beneath you. Can I just... I don't know if that'll mine beneath you. Let's see. Sometimes they'll do that. Sometimes they just refuse. But if they will, maybe we should dig down one. I don't recall anybody stating that there was a patch coming this week. All I've heard is that there's a patch coming in February. But maybe I think I said I was hoping for a patch this week. I seem to recall saying that, but no, the next planned patch that I'm aware of is February. What's a named item in here? Oh. Perfect gem. There's a chance that weapon artifacts don't count as weapons for the purposes of wielding, and stockpiling, so they don't show up on the weapon stocks, so you might not have a valid stockpile for them. My artifacts yesterday were all clothes. Okay. Well, I mean, obviously, you're not wrong there. Here's the thing, Jeeves. I respect the assistance. Please stop. All it's really doing is frustrating me more. It's like, I get you. You're not wrong. But those are counted as weapons. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make a stockpile for all items. But the only thing I'm going to allow is artifact quality items. So anything that's capable of being an artifact or has the option for your artifact quality. Because this is just not something that I'm enjoying, I'll be honest with you. So while I very much appreciate your offered assistance, it's not exactly welcome. Because I really, really don't want this to happen this way. And I stated earlier I would not be answering any more questions in regards to that, Linux. You'll know. I'll change the title. And they're also not technically pets. They're just creatures. I'm focusing on this right now. So if something happens, I will tell you. But so far, nothing has happened. Crashes when deleting zones? There's a crash related to deleting zones? What causes that? Neither. Linux. Water. Unless you're saying for you, in which case, whichever one your heart desires more. A huge fight in your building, and you filmed the whole thing through your peephole, but didn't hit record. So then you didn't film any of it. You thought you were filming it. Yeah, my heart would be going crazy too. That's terrifying. Are the police getting called? Deleting zones assigned to dwarves can crash. Really? Huh. That's interesting. I don't believe I've encountered that one. Sounds infuriating. I wonder if that's related to that weird jobs problem. Crashes tend to be linked to many things in this game. Because I don't think I've deleted a single zone assigned to a dwarf in this version. Speaking of, it's gonna make a huge stockpile right here. Assign it to uncut gems. Of any kind, as long as they're rough. No luck with the demons. But yeah, I will update the title once the demons have started breeding. If they start breeding. So it's up to you, chat room, to respond to questions about that, because I will not. And also, you know what? Screw this pump. Let's do this way. Makes more sense to do it this way. Yeah, they did, in fact. Let's see if we can... Thanks for pointing that out. I missed it. Let's see if we can see them now. Now we can see them. Well, there we go. That's an improvement. Oh, we found another one. No, it's fine. But I'm just annoyed currently. Don't mind me too much. Oh, where they mined that out just now? Probably down here somewhere. I closed that by mistake. Oh, those caught on fire and then immediately stopped being on fire. This dwarf is sleeping. Well, that's good. Let's go one next to that. Let's go like right here. Can connect constructed stairs to top of it. Oh, he's probably stuck, actually. Yeah, actually, he totally is. There's a hole right there. We'll let him out. We'll see when we see it, don't think. Once I get through this and we're into just adamantine, I will be much happier. I'm just grumbly right now. Because it's like, I'm so close. I just want to be through with this water. That's all I want. It's not that big of an ask. But what we'll do is we'll let this water drain out. Then we'll let that lava drain in. Guess that's going to be the pattern. Eventually I'll get a technique down for this and it'll be less of an ordeal, but... It's the tallest magma sea I've ever seen in my life. Oh, there's the new one. It's a pockmarked metal scepter. Well, that needs to be assigned to the king. Or queen. Nope. Found sudden Burning diamonds. Fun. Well, I think I'm going to do something real quick. Let's make wood. Wooden pipe section, just one. And let's make a wooden cork just so I can get them constructed down here way quicker, and we're just going to pump water with it. In specific directions. Something evil is emerging. Yay! More fun. Is this digging related to the mountain home stuff? I mean, it's just digging too deeply, but yeah, it's because the queen told us to, as she does. Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. A fox fiend. I beg your frickin' pardon. That one's new. What are you? A very large feathered fox. It has 2 short tails and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its poisonous sting. Well, that should be easy enough to smack to death. Run away, dwarves. Rest in peace to that one. Yep, that's one dwarf down. Where are you headed? You're chasing that dwarf over there. Giving the military time to come down. Kinda is cute in theory. Military gets to it. Let's see what they do. Seems like it just bit him and stung him. Wrestler missed. The fox fiend missed. Whose arm is that? Oh, it's this dwarf's right hand. Well, it bit this dwarf's hand off, so that's not good. A little bit of fighting happens. I'm sorry, where'd you go? Fell down 2 layers. Did any dwarf drown in there? That would be kind of awkward. And it's dead now. Who got it, though? Oopsies. Swordsdorf slashes him. Who's a Swordsdorf in range? Urvad seems to have gotten him. Well, good hit, Urvand. Bile hogs the fox fiend. But also appears to be seriously injured. Hopefully gets rescued quickly. At least he's just seriously injured and not actively bleeding or anything. As for the fox fiend, the corpse is coming to get picked up. We also have this dwarf who's seriously injured and pale. And then we have Dropkick It, who's also seriously injured. Nope. Chupa, I have not. That dwarf's coming to recover the wounded. Let's see if they get there in time. Welcome back, Trito. How much dem gems worth? Fuck if I know. A couple thousand apiece, I think. But because we're the capital, there's no real reason to trade because there's no other factions I can trade with, right? $180 per gem? That's an underestimation. I think the diamonds are at like 1,000 plus. I don't know about the sapphires or anything. Uncut, way less. I have no idea for the uncut. Still gives you Twitch ads? Okay. That's probably because whatever region you live in only owns 1 ad, Kajiro. Not a lot of ad space gets purchased on Twitch. 1,200 cut? Yeah, that seems about right. Yeah, I have no idea about the uncut ones. $300 cut and 47. Well, I mean, I can just click on one of these. Rough clear diamonds 360. Rough blue diamonds is 360, 360, 360. Yeah, they seem to all be worth an Xbox 360. I'm assuming they don't have Red Ring of Death. Right, so dwarves are getting hauled up by doctors, which is good. And this dwarf right here is hauling the corpse of the critter. How heavy is that? It's Fox Fiend. 272, that's not that much. Also, a lot of those items are just named swords. All right, well, let's channel down and into here and into there and go up for screw bump right there. I need those wooden ones. Multiply by 10, so 3,600 the value of them. That would check out. Seems about right. Although something I want to do from above here. We can just get that channel out too, so it'll pss across here. Yeah, I don't know. I guess my real issue with this whole setup is it's interesting the first time you do it, but I hope that this mechanic gets tweaked, because right now for me it just kind of feels tedious. I feel like if you were doing it the first time and you didn't know what adamantine was and you didn't know about the underworld, then this is an interesting mechanic. But doing it knowing what I'm trying to get to, it's just a bit frustrating. So that's kind of how I feel about these. I would be totally okay with these cool gem spires with the fancy items in them, but also just plain gem spires, or just plain adamantine spires. Like, there's both of them. That's also something I would be totally okay with. So I don't know. I don't think it's a bad mechanic necessarily. Like, it's certainly fine. I just wish it was less tedious. Ryan Kitsu, what kind of dwarf would you like? Just let me know whether or not you want a beard and approximately what job you would like, and I will do my damnedest to get you dwarfed. I've got a dwarf throwing a tantrum. No open cases, though. Dwarf is getting tantrum, or caged, though. Or chained up, I guess. Someone should be coming up here to do this. Perfect. Which means this is going to start flowing any second. Right about now. Oh, I can also erase these. Why does everybody want military dwarves? That's a good question. Gem cutter or military dwarf with a beard? I have two gem cutters and neither of them have beards, so military it is. You can have Deller. You're currently going to go sleep. He is deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to his sadism. He is sloppy with his living space, and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He isn't particularly ambitious, and he isn't particularly ambitious, and he is assertive, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. Could be considered rude, and he is a friendly individual. He tends to be swayed by emotional appeals. He becomes exasperated when he clicks his tongue when he's thinking, and his body becomes very still. And he bites his nails when he's nervous, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Personally, has a deep respect for animals and plants and the natural ghost. You can mod Killer Carp in very easily. Sorry. He likes Horrorblend, Black Bronze, Helidor, and Mangrove Wood. He has the tiny bedroom? Oh, I'm sorry. Mangrove Wood and Magma Crabs for their chittering. And when possible, prefers to consume Rainbow Trout and Rice Beer and hates mosquitoes. But yeah, no, there's already a mod. There's been a mod for ages that brings back Killer Carp. So just go mod them into your game. And quit complaining about bugs that got patched over a decade ago. Unless you're just memeing, in which case feel free to meme. I like magma crabs. What's wrong with magma crabs? Magma crabs are actually super peaceful. They're non-violent by default. They just walk through your fort and then leave. They are very chill little critters. I quite like magma crabs. They're one of my favorite Dwarf Fortress creatures. Little lava spitters. That is not your experience with magma crabs? Clearly you're not giving them a direct, clean, safe line to the surface then. Uh-oh, Dwarf must have torched themselves. There's a pick down there. Although on the bright side, it's clearing out. Chat, answer Tyler One's question for me, please. Thanks, Claiborne. I'm probably going to just change the title pretty soon. Because it's been about a year now. And this meme's getting old, Tropic Communist. To the point where, like, I just want you to stop. Because it's just kind of sad. It's just kind of sad. Clearly they chopped off the wrong trunk. But no, I mean, they've been in the room now for... I don't know, over a year. At this point. We're into early winter. It's been at least a year. So I'm going to give them until summer 254. If they haven't made babies yet, we'll just release them onto the next siege or something. It's just kind of a shame, really. Let's go from up here. Well, actually, no. Let's not go right there. Let's go one to the side. So I want them to go through this side right there. Want that burning yellow diamond to be put out. Well, the reason there's been none is because it's been less than a year. Ours does not, like, relate to this. And like I said, I've had demons, like, make baby demons in my fort before, in older versions. You can go look at the VODs. They were doing that a lot in the last fort I did before this version. We had like 400 baby ones or something. Had to crush them all with a boulder. No luck this time, though. No, it's because chat keeps asking. Every time chat keeps asking, it resets. It's like, why is this not working? Because game's paused. What am I trying to do around this magma? I'm trying to get to the adamantine, which is at the bottom of it. I feel like today's just been a lot of complaining, so I'm sorry, chat. I'm trying. Doing my best over here. But that's what you tune in for? What about romantic music? You can make romantic music with your mouth if you would like to. Or play it locally. I'm sure they can hear you. Try engraving naughty pictures into walls. Dwarves don't know how to do that. Better question is, why is this full of wood? Why did I leave wood in this stockpile? Can you reset the pressure like with the diagonal shaft? There is no pressure on lava. The only way to make pressure on lava is with pumps. And even that technically isn't pressure. That's a mechanic working incorrectly. But it ends with you being able to have sort of pressure on lava. But it's not supposed to have pressure. You need to back up, Dwarf, or you're about to catch fire. Never mind. Fusty McCrusty is currently burning. I would just like to take a moment for everybody here to say goodbye to Fusty McCrusty, because Fusty is no longer with us. They may think they're still with us, but they're not. Rest in peace, Fusty. Grr. All right, well, I guess we'll let that do its thing for a bit. Oh, well, okay. Vile Force of Darkness has arrived and is seeking a parley. No. I need to wait for a bit anyway, and we need to change of pace. Time to burn some bear people. Questions, where's my trapdoor? I know I built the trapdoor. Where did I put it? There it is. That? All right. Parlay dis, exactly. Ooh, they brought bear people. Interesting. Bear people with goblin names. And hamster people! Look at them, they're so cute! How the hell are you wielding a iron warhammer? That's like bigger than you! How much do you weigh? Little hamsterman. Can't be that much. They're like the size of a large guinea pig. That is amazing. They're so small. A little baby dwarf character thing. So this is interesting. I don't know what faction this is, but they're sending humans, elves, and animal people. But on the item is an image of the squeezing barbarity, a finally died symbols of the sins of indifference. So it's a goblin civilization. This is a goblin civ that's attacking. It's humans, it's bears, it's elves, and it's hamster people. And they're all wielding, like, iron, basically. I wonder how the bear people feel about the fact that the humans are wearing black bear leather pants. No, these are enslaved populations. These aren't mercenaries. Goblins don't really hire mercenaries. That's one hell of a siege, though. It's still going. Oh, there's some actual goblins in here. They don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming. Oh, there's one more. Migrants have arrived. No kidding. Oh, I know what you mean by migrants. Apparently there's nothing to catch in the central swamps. That's probably for the best at this point. Bile force bangers, though. I wish those demons would start coming. God. Don't start without me! Or that, or they're a coward and they're like, start without me! One of the two. Alright, well, I'm gonna jump down here. And I did What? I have no way to release the demons, so no, I'm not releasing the demons. I want them to breed still. Also, the demons would die to this army. Like, they would get wrecked. They're strong, but they're not that strong. The reason I want them to breed is so that I can have, like, 100 of them to release, not just, like, you know, 2. If my dwarves can kill one, which we have, we've killed 2 of them, 3 of them now, these guys can kill them very easily. An adventure game as a chinchilla man? Okay. He's probably weighed down so much by all of his gear he can't stand. Like, check the wiki and... Okay, actually, hold on. Let me just jump over to the wiki. Let me show you. I don't trust the wiki, but... hamster man. So the a hamster man, which actually has an image associated with it now, is approximately 35,075 centimeters cubed in volume, whereas a dwarf, I think, is twice that. Yeah, so it's half the size of a dwarf for a hamster person. I didn't die, at least that I'm aware of. So I would assume so, Budgie. It's a big hamster? Yep. Whereas, like, just for comparison's sake, a human is a maximum of 70,000 centimeters cubed by volume, and let's just say a black bear man is 95,000 centimeters cubed. Well, 47,000 centimeters cubed to 95,000 centimeters cubed. Two-thirds the size? Sure. I mean, if you want to be specific. I'm being a pessimist and rounding down because I've been a pessimist all day. But regardless, we're going to set their cute little faces on fire, so. Probably shorter and fatter. Oh, probably. Although, Tekid was using some utilities to mess around to figure out the size of dwarves, and was figuring out that most of his legendary wrestlers were approximately 250 to 300 kilograms before their armor weight. So Dwarves get pretty stocky too. And when like you take into account that your average dwarf is like a couple feet tall. They're like the size of a bear density wise. Kilograms. Yes, it's all muscles. Well, unless it says they're surrounded by massive amounts of lard, which is a pretty common descriptor. Game is thinking. Well, wouldn't it be funny if half of them were were creatures? I think they're like sumo wrestlers, yeah. I mean, I feel mean asking, what's the average weight of a sumo wrestler? Also because chat's probably wondering. I did name that last dwarf, right? I didn't forget. Right? Still no luck. Also, chat room, I just want to say thank you so much for, like, all the support today. Just in general. You guys have been ludicrously kind today. Oh. Frosty McCrusty's been missing for a week. They finally figured it out. Thanks for the $1, Darren. Cheers, man. Wait, actually, Grunty? $150 kilograms. So I'm like 56 kilograms on a good day. These are not friends. Well, they're about to be friends with the lava. But I don't know if that counts as being friends. Did you actually go equip that, Claiborne? Let's find out. Did Claiborne... Looks like Claiborne has the thingy equipped. Cool. Let's see if I can launch some of these dudes into lava. And the poor hamster people. Yeah, it's kind of sad. But it's probably a life that they don't know any different. Frames are pretty decent, actually, all things considered. Whee! Well, that's the actual sad bit. Should probably just seal it off. Yeah, we'll do that. It's a pretty good sound effect, actually. It's one of the better bits in Portal. There you go. Wondering if that little bridge right above my head's gonna get closed anytime soon. Considering this one needs to get closed again. Okay, you're gonna go pull that lever. Okay, he got launched up. Oh, wow. That's pretty far for such a small bridge. Hot damn. Oh, please pull. Oh, please pull. Oh, please pull it. Get it? Come on. God, man. Someone's got to be pulling it. Uh-oh. No? You coming to pull the lever? Nope. You coming to pull the lever? Nope. You coming to pull? Well, I hope my military's in position. This is true. Someone's definitely being lazy. It appears that my soldiers are in fact in position, though. It appears that Zon Commander Budgie is up front. Flying up forward. Looks like we've got, oh, never mind. It did close. Well, there's a bunch of levitating elves, so I think he's gonna be okay, chat.
Here, get something nice for yourself, Carrot. You are a great laughing face.
Andoro the Insane just donated 50 bucks. Thank you, dude. Means a lot. I'll put that towards the backpack fund for backpacking. My military is flying up through here. MMO Junkie is up in the front. Will the elf get Atom Smash? No, just fall into lava. I don't Atom Smash enemies. That's too easy. Going to station everybody up here. We're sending them up. Come on, dwarves. Wow, lots of bits and pieces. Let's see how MMO Junkie is doing in the fight. Budgie seems to be doing quite well with the with that short sword. Punched a human swordsman in the tongue with his right hand, bruising the cheek. Well, that's a good thing to do. What else has happened? We've got MMO Junkie who's fighting. Seems to be doing quite well, at least initially, to like bit a human maceman in the upper body, but the attack was deflected by its large iron breastplate. I have a couple of questions about that strategy there, MMO, but, you know. You're smacking things with a shield? Well, that's pretty good. MMO Junkie's using a whip, by the way. Kicks a Black Bearman Spearman in the lower arm with his front foot, bruising the skin. Lashes a Black Bear Man in the upper left leg with his iron whip, chipping the bone through the large iron chain leggings. See, this is the way I like to do sieges. Basically set it up so that the majority of the siege is going to get killed by my military, and then or a small part of the siege gets killed by the military, and then the rest of it just gets killed by the lava. Allie, thank you very much for the Gatorade. How was the stream today? I'm a little dehydrated. I could use some Gatorade, actually. But, how was the stream? How was Divinity doing today? I'm distracted. I'm not that distracted. Just a little bit distracted. But what's up, Raiders? What's up, Juicebox? And Red. You almost fried? I'm not sure what fied means in this instance. Died. Okay. Well, I mean, like, I know that you can set things on fire. So that was my assumption, was that you were setting yourself on fire. But I'm glad that you're enjoying the realm of Divinity. But your first time diving into a Divinity game? Because the first Divinity game I ever played was a game that I don't think anybody remembers. Like, does anybody here remember Divinity Dragon Commander? Like, this fucking game? This is like the last time I played a Divinity game. As you can see, I played it a lot, although this was in an era where I didn't have consistent internet, so I did play it more than that. I played through most of the campaign. This game was not good. Like, it was great, but it was not good. Oh, so you're trying one a second time. Okay, so you've already played two, but so you're playing them backwards. Interesting. But, yeah, weird game. Yeah, it was very, very, very strange. It was like a really bad RTS with an okay, like, I Fly a Dragon mode with a great story. It's fine. I'm sure it's fine. I mean, there's separate, like, stories, too, so. Yeah, it was an ambitious thing that probably didn't work as well as it should have. Anyway, my dwarves are currently murdering a bunch of humans that are on my front porch. There's also a lot of lava on my front porch. And then over here, we have this contraption that's going to set the rest of these on fire, including these adorable little hamster people that they sent to fight me. Which is much less intimidating than the bears. Because there's also bear people. If I can spot one. Unless they're all already dead. That might actually be the case. I know there's a dead one right there. There's a dead one. That we've turned into pieces. There's a dead one's teeth. But yeah, my dwarves are currently just kind of eviscerating this invasion force very efficiently. It is, in fact, lava flood time. Yeah, I'm going to turn all these hamsters into not hamsters. But in order to do that, I need to undrain this, actually. Which is already open, I think. Yeah, that side's already open. So I just need to turn these on. Which is this one. On-off spicy water. This will actually be pretty dramatic looking. I think I closed the lower thing already, didn't I? Yes, I did. It would be very Monty Python, yeah, to die to hamsters. You're so excited. We get excited for the worst things. Although we're about to get hit by ads, so maybe I'm just gonna wait for the ads to finish. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for the ads to finish. So I'm just gonna continue talking about whatever unrelated things. You have a good lurk, Sally. Cheers. Thanks a lot for the raid. Are walls covered now? I have not upgraded the defenses in the slightest, no. I mean, Ents would be way cooler than ads. But I'm waiting a minute. My favorite sprite in the Steam version? The Were Panda. Yeah, I kind of also sort of enjoy watching them vault the wall once they're on fire and then just set the forest on fire. Like, it's kind of amusing. And the first wave of migrants had a were-lizard in it? That's not supposed to happen. I'm very sorry that that happened to you. That's awful. Like, I can tell you for a fact that's a bug. That is absolutely not supposed to happen. Yeah, were panda. Like, if you're gonna make me choose between all of my children, I would definitely select the were panda. Your second fort was ended by were lizards? My first fort in this version was ended to a bunch of giant agitated chinchillas. The second fort was ended by were lizards and were sheep, and then the third, or they might have been Gila monsters actually. And there it goes. Yep. Now we get to watch the cute little hamster people burn. Yep, I'm a bad person. It's because there was pressure on it. Poor hamsters, yep. They didn't deserve such a fate. They're too short to jump the wall, too. If there's any down here. Okay, so there is some on both sides. No. Dwarven engineering is indestructible currently. There is a planned update called the Siege Update, which is going to aim to make the sieges a bit more believable in that regard. Wooden walls can burn down if certain things happen, but spicy water is pretty much unavoidable. They can jump the walls, which they don't usually do until they're in extreme distress, such as on fire. And if you watch very closely, you can see their bodies explode. Because the blood boils. And once their blood boils, then they explode. How did I set that up? I missed the stream about that? I can show you. It's pretty simple. I mean, the lava comes from here. which is pumped up from over here, which is pumped up by this pump stack, which pumps it from down here, which is connected to this. So the lava comes from here, down into here, up this, all the way up to here, all the... hairy ceratops. Its periwinkle hair is long and straight. Beware its fire. That is actually kind of scary. Where is it? Very far away and can't get to me. Okay. So yeah, that's how the system works. And then it's all powered. Well, the top half is powered by this right here, which is apparently inactive right now, which is a little awkward. So it's actually not pumping right now, which is interesting. Let me just do a thing real quick. So it may take it, make it a hairy tops. I mean, it's definitely a hairy tops. Yeah, my cavern layers are blocked off. I've got enough other problems to deal with. There's probably still enough lava in there to drown them all, though. Yeah, there definitely is. I don't know why it stopped pumping, though. Oh, now it's pumping again. Weird. I don't know what's up with that. They're not broken. The water just isn't powering it enough. The aquifer is inconsistent with its drainage. And the game forgets that the aquifer has flow for some reason. So they're not actually broken. Yeah, there's a cogwheel on the floor because I deconstructed a bunch of shit ages ago. There's cogwheels everywhere, actually, because I deconstructed a bunch of shit ages ago and they just never put it anywhere. Yeah. Dwarves are all coming up here to remove the body parts and things. Are you guys actually, like, running away in fear? No, you're not. They're just gathering stuff because there's so much stuff that needs to be gathered. Let's just pull this. Then pull it again. And we'll get all this stuff removed. Trying to just get these bodies out of here. Seeing lava slowly approach you as you can't run anywhere. Yep. And even my soldiers got some action. So everybody wins. Yeah, they're still pumping. Yeah, I'm not totally sure what's up with that. But yeah, it is in fact what I would describe as a terrifying fate indeed. Wow, a ghost murdered somebody. Etur, or at the very least injured Etur. So F's for Etur, I guess, because there's just a strip of blood on the ground. It is, in fact, a terrifying way to go. I think dying to a ghost is maybe the worst way to go in Dwarf Fort. Or one of the demons is gay. That or they just don't have that capability, which is also just possible. Or they just don't often feel lustful. They might also just be ace, which is another fun fact about Dwarf Fort. One of my favorite, like, dumb, maybe not dumb, but, like, kind of hilarious patch comments about this game is that the reason some dwarves can be ace and like some dwarves are just uninterested in replicating, shall we say, is because it's a balancing thing. They needed to do that, otherwise dwarves would just overpopulate every other faction in the game, which is just kind of hilarious. It's just like real life. All right, I'm gonna cut out that right there, and we're gonna get this removed, and I'm gonna knock out this wall piece. I'm going to build a pump right there. We're gonna start pumping. We're gonna pump over all of that water. You would still choose death over being walled in alive? I can second that. Smalf, how was your stream today? There were floors over the path the soldiers wouldn't be able to escape. Floors over the path the soldiers wouldn't be able to escape. Nothing is escaping, though. Like, they're not escaping. You don't, Moose. Very, very, very carefully. Unless you mean, like, over the walls. I want them to escape over the walls to start forest fires. It's fun. Too peaceful today? Dig deeper. I wish today would be peaceful. I have, this pair of demons down here that I really want to make babies, but they haven't yet. So I've been kind of sad. Dwarves wouldn't dig it out? Sounds like your dwarves just couldn't get down there. It's probably not bugged. Oh, that too. Turn on temperature. Definitely turn on temperature. That sounds like something Sal would figure out, because I don't think FG would have the DF hack to be able to, or therapist to be able to figure that out. Well, looks like our last standing critters here are the elf and the human. And they're burning together. What is that liquid? Molten silver. Oh, that's fun. It's weird that you can assign work orders to levers. Wait, what? Why does it let you assign? Why is that tab there? That's odd. Thob the cook has been found dead. Apparently died on the outside of the fort. Rest in peace, Thob. Thanks for the $15, Linux Town. Cheers, man. Jack, can I get a round of beers for Linux? Apparently keeping mine and Jess's stream funded today. Thank you. Means a lot. What if you want to pull a lever 10 times? Well, I mean, you clearly can't do anything with that screen. I'm just trying to figure out why the screen is there. It's like you and Enduro the Insane and Shaded Fall and everybody else. Thank you. No demon babies yet. Bad face me. All right, so let's see. Can I get some pumps? Combat happening. Somebody's tantruming. I mean, I would too, frankly. I was in this fort. That's eat cereal. What? So apparently my Duke Kyre Asylum is currently dying. and seriously injured and is fighting with a hamster man. I don't know how the hamster man got in, but run away, Kyre. Run. Rest in peace, Kyre Asylum. Got assassinated by a hamster man insurgent. So that's kind of horrific. But also kind of very funny. I'm very sorry, Kyre Asylum. You shouldn't have died this way. Where are you going? Are you running away in fear, Commander Budgie? It was a frickin' hamster man. So nobody took his job. We no longer have a duke. I think it's time for us all to press Fs and pay respects, or just laugh hysterically. When Kyre Asylum tunes in next, we need to assassin. We need to inform him that our duke died due to assassination of Hamster Man, and our new quest is to annihilate every hamster man on Earth. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Thanks for listening to this wonderful story. They died. I don't know about that. Hysterically is maybe the word I would use. That's goddamn funny, dude. That is very, very, very funny. The Hamster Man is backed up by the Imperium of Bear People. This is true. This I cannot deny. The Hamster Man is in fact backed by the Imperium of Bear People that are trying to kill us with absolutely no respect for our kind. The even better thing is, like, apparently they still don't use the coffins like they're supposed to. They just, like, you know, disrespectfully throw them in the wall. It's like, well, I guess it's time for me to make more coffin spaces. God, that's so funny. Caffey, what kind of dwarf would you like? Congrats on acquiring another one after all this time. You've been waiting for the right moment. Fort's a little spicy right now, though, so you may lose dwarves suddenly, and I apologize if this is the case. But there are dwarves available, so if you would like a dwarf, just let me know. I think you know the rules. Bearded warrior? All right. Just let me finish clicking a whole bunch. I'm just acquiring my carpal tunnel prescription. All right. Bearded warriors are like the highest value, which is hilarious because my faction, I'm pretty sure, is majority not warriors. Or the majority of my warriors, rather, are not bearded. There's Domas. You can have Domas. I am Caffey. He'll be a swords master eventually. Caffey is always tense and jittery. Well, I mean, obviously. Somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and does not conceal personal information. He tends to not reveal personal information, is quick to form negative views about things, and is rarely happy or enthusiastic and conflicted by this, since he varies merrymaking since he prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. Wait, what? He prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and does not go out of his way to help others and has a greedy streak. Gnaws on his lips when he's annoyed and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill. Personally believes that perseverance is one of the greatest qualities somebody can have and believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. It sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. Doesn't think one way or another about leisure time and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Dreams of mastering a skill. I can read. He likes olivine, steel, and black opal, millstones, and the words of the meditation of orbs, and the sight of the amethyst of song, and when possible prefers to consume whipvine and absolutely hates toads. Congrats. Welcome. Just Iliad? I mean, that is something you could name a kid. Although I have a feeling it might get them bullied in school if it was a real kid. I actually missed the second L. Not yet. Synonym. Please don't hit on people in my chat. Thanks, Budgie. Twitch is not a dating site. I'm just going to do this because of how kind of creepy that is. It's not funny. That's the way it reads. We baking here? I'm trying to cook. It's not working. It reads very weird, Budgie. It was extraordinarily creepy. Better unplug the fire alarms? It's probably not a bad idea for this fort. Not even sure they can get over there. Just, it's all good, Budgie. Just sometimes think about what you say is all. And all we have on the internet for communication is words, and words can be interpreted a number of different ways. Well, this is interesting. The Baron of Sizzletongs is visiting. Also, Old Zwari's a ghost. That's kind of hilarious. I thought they buried you, but I guess not. The Baron of Sizzletongs is attempting to visit. Because my Baron, like, you know, died in a fire a minute ago. Well, died to the hamster like a minute ago. This new guy's visiting, who's apparently replaced him. I was unaware that they could do this. I guess I need to make my something public now. I'll just make the Farmers Guild public. Go hang out in the Farmers Guild. Probably the heir. Yeah, but that's interesting. I've never seen like a visitor like that show up so quickly right after. That's a new thing for me, or at least a new thing I've seen. Might not be new to the game, but it's new for me. All right, let's just scroll down. Keep an eye on this. It doesn't usually break. It usually just assigns it to somebody who is not. Holy scam text. I got the most. That's a phishing text I've seen in a minute. Alert! In brackets. Bell message. Interac e-transfer received. Bell Mobility Inc. has sent you an e-transfer. Click to deposit $150 at https://my-bell.net/secure. Why are you talking, phone? Sorry, dear customer, we've overcharged you on your previous bill. We have issued a return of the amount deducted, an extra in compensation for our mistake. Uh-huh. Sure. Consider your message deleted. Christ almighty. Free money, hooray, yes. You know it's secure. It says secure right there in the URL. What a windfall. Yeah, definitely. Imagine a company like Bell Mobility giving you extra money on top when they accidentally charge you extra for your bill. Imagine. Imagine what the world would be like. Because I can't. You expect them to charge you for the mistake? Yeah, exactly. You've wasted our time. We're now going to charge you extra. Is what I expect. I'm waiting for a dwarf to bring a brick down, and then we have a pump. So I can hopefully put these fires out. There was a woman who went hiding because crypto mistakenly refunded her, wait, like crypto.com $4 million? Hot damn. Run with that money. It's the only appropriate response to that. So now I just need to keep an eye on this. Because I really don't want the dwarf to drown. Actually, do I have a grate? I do. I'm gonna stop this first. I'm gonna place that floor grate first. Because I don't really want to drown a dwarf as well. Do you have a link to the story about that? Because that sounds fascinating. I want to study her techniques. You got a phishing text calling you mum? Really, Jillian? That's a new one. I've never heard that one before. You had internet issues for a couple of weeks in December, and to their credit, the provider... No. But they were legally obliged to give you compensation for the outage, and you were shocked that they told you that? That's interesting. Customers' rights? What is this bullshit? One of my... I've never heard of that, but there was a period of time where we had no internet in the house that I lived in growing up because Telus screwed up and, like, fucked up our lines, I guess. Long story short, they ended up giving us 6 months credit, I think it was. Like, they didn't compensate, but they gave us credit. So my parents were actually, like, ecstatic because they're like, they stopped charging during that period of time and then gave us extra internet time for the time that they owed us, I guess. Oh, I've dug up several, which is why I've got 2 up here in my attempt at a demon breeding program, and unfortunately, it's not working. And I'm very sad. Just take it slow and deal with each pocket of fun and resuming mining. That seems to be the strat, yeah. I'm not a big fan of this addition to the game. I like the gems, and I like the random demons in the walls, and I like the random items in the walls. I don't like the lava and the water. It just makes it take way too long. Have I found candy? I know where it is. It's right here. It's 2 levels down. I can't get to it, though. I would be fine with water or lava. It's the both of them that I'm not a fan of. So I'm pumping water here, which seems to be working quite well so far. Just drain this out and then we'll move it and we'll do it again. Turns out there's not actually much water there now because we're just pumping it all out. It's draining pretty quick. Oh, there's some actual water now. Yeah, we're making a sauna, pretty much. Let's just stop doing this. Not working the way I wanted it to, but hey, it is working. Someone's gonna hotbox the fort. That'd be a very fun fort. Wait, no, that's ramp up. I always think that's the ramp down button. And then I can just let this lava flow out. There we go. Spreading a little bit. We're putting some of these gem fires out. That's good. That's good. Making progress. 10.5 million odd? Wow. Okay. Thanks. I'll read that later. I really like me some crypto Schadenfreude. It's always a good time. I can probably stop pumping this mostly now, because we appear to be stuck. It needs 2 of 7 water down there to actually be able to dig, so we can probably just stop digging with this. Or pumping with this. Can we mine that? Anytime this year? You love stealing real money from people peddling fake money. I love scamming scammers. Yeah, the invests are only every 45 minutes. You have to wait for the bot to state that it's open again. Bob Pandofolio. So Bob is withdrawn from society. Ghost. Your last name? E-R-A-R. I'll try and place more slabs. I didn't actually read if there were slabs engraved or not, so if I end up with 2, we end up with 2. Honestly, the ghosts are part of the reason the dwarves are so stressed right now. Let's see what Bob grabs. Bob's got to be a reference to something that I don't know. Because I have no idea what you're referencing. And you keep on talking about this thing. Oh, Bob's reliable. It's like, no idea what you're talking about. I kind of feel like I'm missing a joke or something. Fun 2? What's fun 2? Peacing out. Cheers for the chill stream. Cheers, Benjamin. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tolerating streamer being stressed out today. Because this mechanic is frustrating. Bob goes fourth. I mean, the only thing that I've seen maybe 1 or 2 episodes of Blackadder, and I was a wee lad, so it's been a long time since I've seen Blackadder. And the only Bob-related thing that I'm familiar with is the Bobverse, and that's like a general familiarity of its existence, not really an actual familiarity. Blackadder, not Blackadder. It's a comedic TV show. Whoa, I hit the wrong button. Also, chat, we got another teaser from my artist. Why is there a green citizen? Because they're not a citizen, they're a ghost. Thinking mug, t-shirt, hoodie. What do you guys want it on? So Bob has claimed a magma forge. Tattoo. Well, I do actually need to get a tattoo, but working on that. I agreed to get a tattoo if we hit 2,000 subs, and we hit 2,000 subs, so I'm still gonna do that. It just might take me half a year. How does one get non-dwarf citizens? You need them to show up as visitors and then ask for permission to stay permanently, which they can only do once you have... well, actually, I think they can ask the expedition leader. I was going to say they can only do that once you have a mayor, but I might be wrong there. But they ask for permanent... They ask for residency, and you say yes, and then 1 year later, they ask for citizenship. When they ask for citizenship, then they can stay. Yes, that's so initially it's permanent residency, but it takes up to a year, and they have to like living there, and they have to be happy. Yeah, it's a bit of a process. A permanent resident is not a threat to your artifact. Only guests are. Permanent residents are not. Also, I need to make a library. Chat, should I take a pause from this digging up of attempt of adamantine and just build a library? Source-based Linux distribution. Oh, okay. I mean, I know what Gentoo is. Or Gentoo, or whatever it is. I mean, I have a bunch of books that I keep stealing, so... I kind of do need a break. We'll probably also do another 2 hours of Dwarfs today, I think. Ish. And then we're gonna jump over to Caves of Cud. And hopefully not die. Keyword there is hopefully. Return to digging with full batteries? Yeah, probably on Saturday. Make you an adamantine sword? I'd need adamantine first, Caffey. Actually, also, speaking of, I need to check things. Although this is interesting, though, because,
Over here, he has a sword!
No, wait, don't. Stop lying. This is interesting because, well, one, you've cut blue diamonds, this is going to be a very valuable artifact. But I don't actually know. Okay, so I do actually have one pockmarked metal bar. Pockmarked. So are we supposed to make those into a throne? Kind of want to make one of those into a throne. Curious about how many, how do you get divine metal bars? By killing something that's wielding them. Oh, this seems like an oversight. I can't type in pocked. That's funny. That's just free divine metal. All right then. I don't actually know what the king wants me to do. I need to go look at the wiki. Just gonna go check so I'm not lost. No, I'm just looking. I don't need you to tell me. Oh, I see. Hold on a second. These TF is running great on Fun 2 and Proton? Well, I mean, I know nothing about any of these. Okay, so that is what I need to do then. I'm correct. Throne. Let's just find Pock Metal where it... I'm curious though how much how many bars they're gonna take per. Because odds are pretty good it's gonna take more than one. Yeah, I would need 3 bars. I'm just queuing it up anyway. But I think we may have screwed ourselves out of it because you don't get a full bar per item melted. And unless I get another angel, we're SOL, I think. Because I didn't realize you had to do them all at 1. Like, I kind of figured they'd be 1-to-1 instead of 0.2 or whatever. So I may have screwed myself out of it. No, thank you. I am way more technologically intelligent than I think you're giving me credit for here. I don't need to discuss any OS with anybody, Linux Town. I appreciate the offer, though. Oh, sweet. Finally another dwarf died. I mean, if you can't get your Discord working, why would I trust you to be able to set up Linux? I don't need to be guided on some emotional journey on how to install Linux. I've had Linux setups before. That computer down there dual boots. So, I know what I'm doing. I'm actually planning to. I'm tired of Microsoft investing in AI. It's kind of trash. It's free if you don't value your time. Depends on what distro you're running. If you're running Arch Linux, yes. That too, Seer Sky. No, for me, it's more just finding replacements for all the software that I use, but most of the stuff I use is open source and runs on Linux anyways, so... What are you still looking for here, Dwarf? If you have no doubt in my OS literacy, then you won't need to ask if I need help with my Linux journey. Cushion Brown. Wow, that's a lot of gems. 1, 2, 3 rough gems. Okay. You might just want skeletons. But like I said, I appreciate the offer all the same. I need to slaughter those. Some of those. And now we wait for a minute. We'll just finish this up, and then we will... Actually, you know what we're going to do with that lower area? Is I'm going to... dig out the last of these chunks. I'm aware that I'm going to have to reassign these a couple dozen times, though. It's not the direction I want that to go. I want to mine out this spot right here. Just want to get the last of this stuff out of here. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. It's that kind of talk about it that makes me not want to use it. Genuinely. Hey, Gushka. It's just another OS, and every OS fucking sucks. There are no good operating systems. If there was good operating systems, everybody would agree. I'm just talking in general. It's not your fault, Linux. Not a whole lot. Freeholding yourself. I would say that the most important resource when it comes to messing around in a new OS is its documentation, but use a VTech from Toys R Us. That sounds incredible. I think we should all switch to GLaDOS. That's my platform. Everything will be fine, right? If I was doing Dwarfs or Cud, well, the plan is to swap to Cud. So we'll do a few more hours of Dwarfs. And if things go well, I might have merch for sale on Saturday. Memes are more important than documentation? You sound like you... Wait, hold on a second. Are we talking about Linux or are we talking about synthesizers? Because that just sounds like you're talking about, synthesizers now. Almost as confusing a hobby. I was about to come out of there, so dodge, dwarves! Okay, whew. That was close. I almost torched Aerith. All right, let's do that. Now that it stopped flowing super quick. I'm being all spooks. Apparently there's water behind that? That'll be nice. But yeah, it seems like the general strat for this is just go slow. Oh no, something evil is coming from the newly exposed pocket. What's this? Oh, it's a brute. Three-eyed brute! At least it's not a three-eyed people eater. Is it purple? Very large three-eyed badger. Oh no. Twisted into humanoid form. It is crazy. It squirms and fidgets, and its green-yellow hair is very curly. Beware its deadly dust. Oh, deadly dust. That's rough. All right, well, I'll send in these 2 squads if they can get there. Kind of scary. Hang in there, stack on wheels. I don't see it. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. It's a speedy one. Calm down there, Speedy Gonzalez. It returned to its home. Dwarf is it's being drowned. Or rather, it's drowning a dwarf. It's drowning Tekid, Stackham Wills, who's drowning, tired, bleeding, and seriously injured. Which means I would say that dwarf has had better... Is it stuck down there? Wow, he ripped them apart, too. Huh. Oh. Moving. Climbing out. Okay, it's fighting with one of my military dwarves. It's fighting with this wrestler, who currently has a sword strapped to their upper body. You might want to stab it with that. Or maybe it's the one that lost an arm. In which case, then it probably... wow, there's, like, gems going everywhere. Look at that. Fighting with another dwarf. Wrestler came back up. It doesn't seem to be too strong, though. I mean, it is bleeding everywhere. He says that as it kills 2 more dwarves. Why is there ichor on the ground? Oh, that's its extract. Got it. Yeah, it's got deadly dust. Got 2 squads coming in to kill it. Who are not down here. Thanks for the 10 more subs, dude. Good lord, you've done enough. Means a lot, but holy shit, dude. This one I may actually lock up. That's a cook. This thing just flings stuff everywhere. Well, I mean, they're supposed to be training like right next door, but apparently they weren't, and I'm not entirely sure why. Well, this dwarf's in trouble. Oh, what a way to go, man. It's just like getting slammed into the wall by him. What is even happening here? That's Aiton? Just screaming, I must withdraw. Striking him. Okay, so he's just like hitting him back and forth in the head and dragging him along the ground. That's a lot of blood. Holy shit, just kill him already. Well, he killed him finally. Okay, here comes the military. Popliope is here, fighting with the thing. I'm seeing him screaming, and I'm seeing bits going all over the place. Heavy bleeding. His lower right paw is gone. Demon Slayer Popliope stabs him right away in the neck with her steel short sword, tearing the muscle. Slashes him again in the right rear paw with her steel sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. The creature is bleeding quite a lot. She's covered in his dust. If she dies, she's dying a hero. But she starts bleeding. Is the creature still alive? So she's killed the creature, but she's bleeding profusely. Popliope, I want you to know, if your dwarf dies here, you died a hero. But the bleeding stops. Faint. Just bleeding? Okay, the bleeding has stopped. Heavily injured, though. Dizzy and faint. Doesn't feel anything after seeing Itun's dead body. And she died. Crap. Deadly Dust is brutal. She was called Demon Slayer before, yeah, because she'd already killed one. What a goddamn dwarf. So Popliope's last name was Attis, Usendeduk. I want you guys to write that down, chat. Usendeduk. I'm gonna engrave her on this wall right here. You're going to sleep? You have a good night, Andoro. Thanks for hanging out, dude. That one was brutal. That's probably the meanest one we've found. Also, I need to, like, question my dwarves and be like, why are you guys not training here like you're supposed to? I'm reassigning some dwarves to this squad down here. I'm gonna have to rebuild the squad on the top or the surface. The duck? What? What are we talking about, chat? I'm very confused. Oh, cause there's duck at the end? Poor dwarf that has to clean up. Yeah. Now we just need to wait. Specify image, USENDE. There you are. Dwarf of unknown parentage. Oh, we will know you. Not unknown in these parts, that's for sure. Also mine through all this. I'm just clearing out the last of these gems. Trying to find the last of the possible items that could be down here. Well, that is awesome, but also a little bit frustrating. I didn't think to forbid that bar. For DF4, is there a method of engraving? You hit capital D on top of engravings that haven't been started yet. No, Woba. All right. So, Bob has made Emazireth Ebal Zithad, a pock-marked metal spear. I'm gonna sit here for a second and bask in its glory. Yeah, right, 127,000? No, we melted down some armor that came off of an angel, Neff. So that happened. Yeah, that happened. That definitely happened. Well, I'm gonna wait to read the description because ads are about to run. The dwarves are definitely laughing, yep. That is very memorable, for sure. But can you use it? Oh yeah, it's wieldable. It's an artifact. Meaning I could assign it to any dwarf. And because it's made out of godlike metal, it hits straight and true. Yeah, I'm letting them run. I'm literally tabbed out of the game right now, too. Like, I'm just gonna let the game idle until they're done. I should display it next to her. I mean, I was going to just give it to, what's the word? A different dwarf to use as a weapon. Ad's over for you? Still says 42 seconds, so some people are probably still stuck. Yeah. You had one ESO ad? Oh, that's not so bad. At least ESO is a tolerable video game. Yeah, I'm going to give it to a militia commander. So, this is a pockmarked metal spear. All craftsdwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with table-cut brown zircon cabochons and decorated with pig bone and encircled with bands of pockmarked metal and pig bone. This object menaces with spikes of blue diamond and brown zircon. On the item is an image of dwarves in onyx opal. The dwarves are laughing. The artwork relates to the performance of the Amethyst of Song, held by the Constructive Orb in Helirax, as part of the celebration of fountains in the early autumn of 106 during the times of peace. During the 68th dance performance of the celebration of fountains, on the item is an image of a three-pointed star in alpaca wool. So how did I get that? We found an angel and it was equipped with it, and then we melted it down. What kind of metal is it? It's pockmarked, whatever that means. So I'm going to give it to, well, I need to assign more dwarves. I'm just going to kind of assign dwarves and not worry about it too much. But any dwarf that isn't named. The Sphere of Decay. Ugh. Looks like disease, I suppose. Let's put Kit Fox games in the military. I'm sure they'll be fine. All right. Drop kick it. We're going to update equipment. And you are going to get the Imaz thing. Specific weapon, this one. Confirm. Apparently I need more steel gauntlets and more steel boots. No candy yet. I feel like a parent. No candy! What? No candy! I haven't dug through it all yet. We're still working on it. Takes a very, 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 very long time. Turns out. There's gonna be water right there, isn't there? No piece of candy, Preox. I mean, I was able to get some godly metal, but that's not candy. Candy is adamantine, specifically. So no, we've got no candy anything. Be cool if divine armor you found could be melted too. The artifacts are not, but stuff that like dudes are holding, which are not artifacts. They're just like, it's made out of this material, is the stuff you can. Yeah, I'm talking about the game. not in like not real life candy. I can assure you. By the time you're digging candy, it's going pretty slow. Yeah, well, I mean the frame rate went up. Slaughtered a bunch of animals. Game's running a lot better now. Also, Lan Arno has requested a dwarf. What kind of dwarf would you like? Yeah, I saw it. What kind of dwarf would you like? Just beard or no beard, an approximate job, and I will do my best. Oh, shit. Sorry, Stodeer. ILLIMBF. Well, it's unfortunate. Kind of inevitable, turns out. Remember how I said I was going to build a library and then didn't? Doctor or tavern keeper, no beard preference. I'll get you what I find first, because I don't think I have any active... I love how every single one of my doctors is named. I need more doctors. I don't need tavern keep, so I will assign a doctor. We'll give you Zon the doctor. Lan Arno. She dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep her own counsel, cracks easily under pressure, and tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. She has a greedy streak, and she has a calm demeanor, and she's not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and tends to be passive in discussions. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions of her practical applications, and she tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. She often feels discouraged, and she likes to brawl. She tends to not reveal personal information, and she can occasionally overindulge. Tenses up when she's nervous. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized, and she strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. She likes picture jasper, demon rat leather, what? and hemp fabric, and the color amethyst, and shields and yaks for their shaggy hair, and white spotted puffers for their ability to inflate, and when possible prefers to consume polar bear, char, and chicory and date wine, and giant two-humped camel's milk, and longland flour and limes, and absolutely hates bats. Gotta tell you that most humans can inflate too if they eat enough. Well, I'm just going to let them do that. We're going to go up here, and I'm going to go down here, and we're going to build a library. Which I've, stated I'm going to start, a dozen times now, and I haven't. So, we're going to start the goddamn library. You just had your first warrior attack, selected your military, made an attack order. Military wasn't training, so all but one of them had no gear. I mean, they might still have, what's the word? They might still have lost anyway. Were creatures can be kind of mean like that. I thought you were going to say that they killed it but got infected and then caused just as many problems as you would have had if you'd, ignored them. I usually actually do the opposite. I try and keep my military away from them so that they don't start fighting. Because them fighting can do more damage than just letting them kill a couple dwarves. Neil, what's up? It's good to see you. So, chat, remind me, what was Populos Lopes Dwarf's last name? It was U.S. something. U.S.E.N.D.E. There you go. Attis. We're making 10 gold statues. All are going to go into the library. Along with some gold tables. Gold thrones. And a gold book case. Gonna be a very fancy library. I'm also going to put gem windows along there. I don't know, have you? Libraries also need chests. This is true. I think I have chests made. Nope. Gold chests it is. To inspire the military dwarves? I was just going to kind of scatter them around. But yeah, we could absolutely do that. But yeah, I think what might end up happening is we might actually need to dig into a second fun spire, because there's 2 of them on this map. Because if I screwed myself, I might need to find more, what's the word I'm looking for here? Valuable metals on a certain unit. Because of that dwarf that made the thing. Make a statue of their toasted body. Dwarves don't do that. Their body will be buried. In this fort, I'm building my first library. Not to be a dick, but I think you could probably infer that information from yourself with that information that you have now. Deer. Also that, yes, ethics. Dead dwarves get buried. Although I might need to make more tombs. Yeah, no, this is, when I say this is my first library in this fort, this is my first library in this fort. Game saving. Probably, I haven't checked. Currently, I'm more concerned about getting the body buried. I could make the image of her battling the demon. I'm just hoping the dwarves make an image of her battling the demon. I'm also, to be honest, a little bit happy that only one dwarf fought with it because it was deadly dust. And the problem with deadly dust is one of the possible things, and I think this is the one that she got, it just makes their lungs close up and they suffocate because she went faint and pale and had trouble breathing. So I'm concerned that, like, all of my squads could have died. And unless they get, like, a bath, like, immediately, they're just dead. So I have a feeling that's the direction it was going to go. Okay, well, now I can just do doors. Oh, this is one way to get through my furniture supply. I think I'm going to need more than 24 tombs. I'm sorry, what? Why was Putnam and Captain Walmart found dead? Who did that? Toasted, was that you? Toasted, you know, you can go live somewhere else now. Just get out of the fort. You're not welcome here anymore. You just killed my goddamn Captain Walmart. He's died twice. That dwarf's been in prison like a dozen plus times. That's a grumble moment. Get out of the goddamn fortress, you twit. Bah. All right, let's jump down to the bottom and see if that statue's been finished, or the engraving. Engraved on this wall is an image of Attis Helimpanor, the dwarf, and the gilded die. Is an Attis Helimpanor, the dwarf, and the gilded die's large sheer black metal shield by Sodil. Attis... Wait, hold on. Did you have a false last name? Oh, no, it's just the... It's the, never mind. It's the translated last name. Helm Manor, which is your name, Help Manor, is raising the gilded dies. The artwork relates to the looting of the gilded dies from Tour Shadows by the dwarf Help Manor in the early spring of 252. So you stole an artifact, the sheer black metal sandal, which was a demonic item from the last fort that we were playing around in, which is pretty cool, actually. A pirate dwarf? I mean, we were repossessing. Maybe not stealing. Stealing's a strong word in this instance. We were repossessing items from my old fort. My computer working real hard right now. Keep thinking the game's paused. Guess everybody's just that busy with everything. Oh, I see. They're all constructing stuff. They're all constructing coffins. Well, that's going to take a while. You had random demonic items that were inside 3x3 obsidian cubes in the caverns of your last fort? Put those random demonic items in the 3x3 cubes. Or in the 3x3 cubes. I don't know what 3x3 cubes you speak of. But I definitely did find some demonic sandals and a dagger in the last fort. Thanks for facilitating. Definitely better than the first one. I think you had another one that died like weirdly quick, didn't you? What's up, Gamble Camel? Yes, we all agree the tombs should not need doors. But I don't mind it. I think it's fine. No, I know why they were counted as found. I literally put them on a pedestal in Ironshore, my old fort, right? And then once we became the capital, since then I've started stealing them back. So, I mean, that was intentional. I don't know if the royal butter knife's on our map. But they're completely useless, so. Yeah, tombs don't need doors. Just use the multi-select. They need doors. Seeing if any of these dwarves are actually, like... Putnam got one. The kind of amazing thing about this is I don't think Popliope got one. Like, there's just so many dead dwarves that Popliope hasn't been assigned one yet. Unless Popliope already got one, which is possible. Damn, all those wins. All right, let's pull that lever real quick. Jump back down to the bottom. See if they've started digging yet. They have not. Well, they are doing this, so that's good. Me? Probably getting there, frankly. We are probably getting there. I mean, I also haven't been paying attention, but I don't think we've gotten any migrants today. But I should in the spring, or at least get a notification about them. We may have actually hit it. You installed DF hack? Ask Putnam what the command is. I think it's clear death list. I mean, I'm probably going to install DF hack on a classic install and use that to clean up saves. Because I hate playing the game with DF hack running, but I want to keep playing this save. Is it fixed death units? I don't know the command. But it's whichever one clears the list of dead dwarves. Yeah, that'll fix it. I just don't like running DF hack while I'm playing the game because it makes it too easy to cheat. I don't like the temptation. You'd have to ask Putnam yourself. I haven't asked Popliope. Yeah, I mean, it's like if you're playing Minecraft with creative mode turned on, no one's gonna go do the survival shit. It's like, well, I mean, I could just like make this metal appear right now, or I could go through the time of doing it, and I like doing it. I mean, it kills all hostile entities on the map and makes them like just be gonded. I mean, the cavern dwellers are a bit ridiculous anyway. Although a bit ridiculous is maybe an understatement. What did your frame rate spike back up to, though? That's the actual question. I mean, there's probably a ton of cavern dwellers in this cavern. Yeah. Ishmael's body hasn't been dealt with yet? I beg your frickin' pardon? ULZES. 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 Wow. Have you disabled cavern dwellers? Yeah, that is the thing. They are lovely steel shipments. From about 25 to about 45? Yeah, it seems about right. Yeah, I think I'm going to clean up this save off stream tomorrow. Because tomorrow I'm not going to be streaming. It's elsewhere. I don't think DF Hack will ever be on the Steam Workshop. At least until they get the modding stuff advanced a little bit. Steam Workshop doesn't accept that sort of thing. It's on GitHub currently. It's also nightly builds and it breaks a lot, so be careful. Don't really want to, like, surprise crash your fort. My library stuff isn't fully ready, but make it look coolish all the same. That seems all right. And then for statues, that'll be the dedicated to Popliope spot. Although apparently we got a few that are just symbols, which I don't want. Let's just use gold. Yep, she usually ends around now. Actually, she went late, I would say. So what does that mean, Linux? And another ghost. I think I already made a spot for that one, potentially. No, I didn't. Thought I did. But no, I didn't. Also getting really confusing for your prospects of getting cave crocodiles breeding because you can train a cavern dweller crocodile, but they will never show up as a pet or livestock and only an invader or a caged. Wait, so it gives you the tame button? Ooh, that seems like a bit of an oversight. Yeah, that shouldn't be there. SKSE? I don't know what SKSE is. I read somewhere that they wanted to get DF Hack on Steam, something about it being a utility, not a mod. It's not a mod. It's a separate piece of software that runs concurrently with Dwarf Fortress. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, actually, like Terraria's mod tools are on Steam. That actually would be a really good idea. I mean, I know what Skyrim script extender is. I'm terrible with acronyms. So I never have any idea what anybody's talking about when they use acronyms. That or I have to, like, Google them. Makes texting with younger people very difficult. So I'm like, I'm sorry, what the fuck are you saying? By younger people, I mean people my age. That talk like normal people my age, not like me. All right, so the Copper Sanctuary. Very inaccurate. It's very much gold. Yeah. I feel like that would be a good thing for them to do. I mean, I know what uwu means. I'm older than that. But there's plenty of acronyms that kids who stare at TikTok way too much use that I don't understand, and it makes me feel old. But now we can get books in here. Which actually makes me wonder about how many books we'll have available. And I can finally start, like, making scholars for all those people who want to be scholars. Like Jaden, apparently, wants to be a scholar. And we just wait for books to be installed. Double income, no. That's pretty good, actually. That is pretty good. Dink, double income, no kids. Trying to be a dink household. Who doesn't want to be a dink household? That's very funny. I like that. Look like bamboo? Doesn't look anything like bamboo to me. Question is, are you constructing a statue or is this a table? Looks like a statue. Nope, just gold bars and you're really weak. No, what are we trying to, are we making up acronyms? Is that what's happening right now? Please don't make up acronyms. I get confused enough already. All I gotta say is that there's too many video games that abbreviate down to DS. It's concerning. Yes. Claiborne. Aw, thank you, Jesse. Like when people say AC to mean Assassin's Creed and you think it means Armored Core. StarCraft 2, Soul Calibur 2. Animal Crossing, yep. AC New Leaf. Man, they really changed the vibes for Assassin's Creed, didn't they? I think air conditioner. PoE is power over Ethernet, not path of exile, no matter how much you guys scream it's path of exile. Yeah, Camel, definitely. FF is definitely Fatal Fury, not Final Fantasy. Assassin's Creed New Leaf. You sure about that? I don't know. I don't know if you'd actually play that game. Getting our books into our library now. Our dwarves will finally be able to read. You're reading a book named Fells. I think that this is also going to need its own mist generator. Tavern mist generator. Training room mist generator. Library mist generator. It's going to be very important. Everybody's going to need their own mist generator. Bell might have dug too deep and greedily. Chat room. Go over to... Yeah, jeez. Go to Bellinair's stream right now. Just jump over to that dude's stream. Because apparently he dug too deeply and greedily. Look at all those. Look at all the demons in his fort. I haven't actually seen it yet. In this version of the game. I'm gonna unmute him. But I'm very excited to see what this looks like since he, like, dug dude too deeply and greedily. Yeah, he's got, like, demons everywhere. Look at this. Also, is my game still running? No, yes, it is. Okay, I'm gonna pause my game. Hold on. Mobile's hard. Yeah, no, I get you.
And we got the magma sea, and then
oh, he did. So he did punch into a
found the magma sea and
straw.
There's a raw adamantine over there, so I dug through here after a few dead burning dwarves.
Few dead burning dwarves.
Accidentally poked the hole in here.
So if you smooth these and fortify them, you'll see where hell starts, and then this is hell.
Hell.
Cool.
With the eerie glowing pits and Slade and everything.
Neat.
And also a lot of
yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Came out.
Yeah. It'll work, but if you dig them out of obsidian, they'll still be alive. Jess, unless they've changed it. I've done it before.
Whoopsie.
But go tell Bellinair congrats for finding the circus.
That was the second thing that happened. We had I took a picture. Actually, we had lots of fun today. I have a
also, chat room, I just want to say,
hey, I took
this is his all-time leaderboard. It's really easy to get onto his leaderboard. Just saying.
There, and we got,
all right, let's get back to what we were doing. Goobers? Oh yeah, Goobers is up to some psychotic stuff generally. He was like multiplying vampires at the last time I looked at his stream. All right. Also, Bellinair's cool. He's also part of my team, like Jess. Okay, Samuel's been put to rest. That's good. Still dealing with ghosts. Yeah, no, you can absolutely carbon freeze. Demons. You just have to be very careful about it. Is he? Oh, is he still in the vampire fort? Okay. Now I'm kind of curious what it's running like. I should go tune in again. It's been a minute since I watched that fort. Although I'll actually have some time tomorrow to do stuff like that. Because I won't be streaming tomorrow. Today's this week's been a very busy week for me. Bellinair's got Dennis the Menace in his fort? Tomorrow's not a day off. It's just a day off stream. I will be doing YouTube stuff all day. And maybe setting up merch if cooler colors in that picture. We'll see. Cooler in chat, by the way, drew all my emotes. Or most of them, anyway. I don't know what I'm going to use this back area for, but we'll figure something out, I'm sure. Thinking maybe just a big old temple set. My temples suck right now. I was like, oh, he'll work on other things immediately after. Yes. Another Forgotten Beast. It's fine. You know, those Forgotten Beasts are probably keeping my caverns pretty clear. I gotta say. Probably keeping my caverns pretty clear of the critters. What are you? Oh, you're just random blue dude. All right, so this'll definitely help general happiness levels, I think. At least for the dwarves that, you know, really, 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 really want, like, a library. I think I'm just going to fill a bunch of this up with marble. Follow Bellinary seems chill. He's the lovely Finnish member of my stream team. He's a very chill channel, sometimes to a fault. But he's been around for forever. Also, you may have actually seen his writing before if you're on Steam, if you follow curators, because he runs one of the biggest curators on Steam. It's just called Simulation Strategy, Strategy Commanders and Managers, I think. Builders, Strategy Commanders and Managers is Steam curator, which has more followers than the official Kotaku Steam curator, which is kind of funny. All this, do all this. Belliner streams more than I do, so. Something blocking it? Oh, there's chairs there, duh. Couldn't see him under the dwarves. Still more relevant than Kotaku, yes. Many things are more relevant than Kotaku, though. That's not a super high bar, but. It is cool to actually see the circus on stream, though. Also, Cooler, thanks for letting me know. Glad I got to see that. Yeah, he's from Finland. That's what's up with all the rolled R's. Are you right that gem windows are a lot easier to make than normal windows? Yes. You just need to cut gems instead of having to make glass. Making glass is a little finicky. So, yes, much easier to make. That is an accurate observation, as I would say. To the point where, like, I don't super frequently make glass windows, but I very frequently make gem windows. Because they are just way simpler to put together. And they're way faster to make, too. This fort's gonna start looking way nicer pretty quick once I start doing all this. Getting all these walkways constructed and everything and actually get stuff walled up the way I want to and remove the ramps. I've actually got like kind of a long-term plan for the look of this fort. I just haven't been able to do it at all because I've been so busy with other projects, completely unrelated. I'm also a big fan of glass, but I'm a big fan of glass in forts where it's convenient. In forts where it's inconvenient, I'm not a fan of glass. The ramps are cool. I like them, but I want them to be in specific locations to kind of control the flow of traffic a little bit, because right now they're just kind of everywhere. I think that if they're in specific spots, then it'll control the flow of traffic a lot better, and it'll be a lot nicer. Like, as an example, I don't want any ramps on this one. I just want walkways on the upper layer, right? But we could have ramps, like, here, as an example, like in the middle section. What science? Vigil? What? Never-ending projects, the game? Yes. I know, this game's very much about... It's like the never-ending story, but it's never-ending projects. I do have sand on this map, yes, but it's very out of the way and inconveniently located. Oh, that science? Actually, we should check, see if they've made any babies. Nope, they still haven't made babies. Although this one was uneasy after dwelling upon choking on smoke underground, and mulling over the reoccurring memory has forced her to change her personal tendencies. Well, Sharon, I'm glad to hear that you are growing as a demon. What if they want a bed? Unfortunately, that's not how it works. It would be much easier if that was a solution. Yes, they are the same species and they are the opposite sex. We've already checked all of this, don't worry. I gave them nest boxes as kind of a joke. I don't think they would need that. Drop a bed from above? You'd be welcome to do that in your own fort, but I can tell you for a fact they'd climb out. They're all legendary jumpers and climbers, from what I can tell. Or at least act like that. I've seen them scale sheer walls higher than that. So, I'd rather not kill them. I mean, one did lose a trunk in the fighting. This is true. Maybe they're like Avatar and they use their trunks for something else. He lost his trunk. Yeah, no, he's just compensating for something. The male is not gelded. You don't need to confirm. I can just tell you for a fact he's not. I wouldn't be trying this in the first place if he was. You get 4 blocks for 1 boulder. Joe True, what kind of dwarf would you like? Any dwarf? Literally any dwarf? Got your Discord client working. Yay! You can computer. Congrats. So proud of you. How many books do I have? We have 18 books. Look at that. All right, I'm going to just click this guy with a beard. It's the Outpost Liaison. Joe True. Outpost Joe. There you are. You've been derfed. Outpost Joe is shameless and absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others, doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, and he is confident under pressure, and he dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep his own counsel. He's just that important. Oh, look at this. I found his bedroom. Well, that's very helpful. Hold up. Give you a gold statue. And, I don't really have any more space in there. Hopefully that makes you happier with your bedroom. And you know what? We'll also do this. Anyway, he's currently sleeping. He generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy and does not easily fall into love and rarely develops positive feelings. He's often envious of others and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He doesn't seek out excitement and he doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and he interrupts others during conversations when he's angry. Oh boy. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and does not really care about anything, any moo. Personally, views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, is a firm believer in the value of tradition, and values a harmonious existence, and finds leisure time wasteful, and dreams of raising a family. He likes bauxite, iron, tsavorite, coffee wood, green glass, giant porcupine leather, jute fabric, the color green, shirts and thrones and earrings and cows for their haunting moos and cockatiel men for their crests and the words of the meditation of orbs and the sight of the scintillating silkiness of impossible prefers to consume salmon and barley wine and hates mussels. You have some friends? You're not married, though. I mean, have you seen what's happened in this fort recently? I wouldn't care either. Praise Orb. All hail the mighty Orb. All right, chat. I like this fort, and I like playing it. It's really starting to get there, though, in the design. But I'm gonna clean up the. I'm gonna clean it up in DF Hack over the weekend or on Friday, because I will be doing YouTube stuff on Friday. I need to restart the. Is YouTube down? That's a question. Nope, not for me. It works just fine here. But I think we're winding down with Dwarfs for the day. We've streamed 8 hours. Clean it up. What does that mean? I'm going to remove the dead list, mostly. I might also remove any living critters in the caverns. We'll see. There's probably not too many, but I do need to clean up the dead list. Read the last Discord word story. All right, sir, if you insist. Under my bed, beasts really like to be giant kitties are demons to quack at mice, unfortunately. It's the... Oh, shit. Sorry. Unfortunately, the cat... All caught up. So, chat room. It's time for us to save and return to title. And you can say goodbye, YouTube. Bad. Gem the Jackal. So, it's time for me to mark the VOD, and we're gonna go play some Caves of Cud. So I'm gonna set up for Caves of Cud, and then I'm gonna take a real quick